This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. Bleak silence hung over the narrow street as I turned the final corner. My breath caught in my throat when I spotted the dusty storefront. A faded sign above the entrance read, "Sweet Delights," but the letters were almost rubbed away by time. The display window was thick with grime, giving only a hazy view of the interior. Old holiday decorations hung behind the glass, a few tarnished wreaths, drooping stockings, and a warped poster announcing a Christmas sweets festival. It made me uneasy to see these forgotten relics of celebration in a place that appeared long deserted. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, taking in the scene. My heart beat faster than usual. The street was empty, no cars, no pedestrians. A chill breeze rattled some debris against the curb. I exhaled, forming a small cloud in the cold air. Then I stepped closer to the window. The glass felt icy under my gloved hand. I wiped a patch with my sleeve, trying to see inside more clearly. My effort cleared only a small circle, revealing dark shapes that looked like stacked chairs and empty shelves. Dust layered everything, even the inside of the glass. I glanced up and down the street again, still no signs of anyone. I tested the door. It didn't budge at first. The handle felt grimy, and the wood had begun to rot near the bottom. I tried one more time with a little more force. To my surprise, the door gave way with a scraping sound as it dragged across the threshold. Stale air poured out, carrying the scent of mildew and old sugar. I wrinkled my nose and stepped inside. My first impression was gloom and dust. The light that filtered through the front window barely illuminated the interior. I switched on a small flashlight from my coat pocket and directed its beam around. Rows of shelves lined the walls, empty except for a few faded wrappers and plastic containers. The floor was covered in a thin film of powdery dirt. My boots left prints wherever I walked, the dust swirling around my ankles. Further in, I saw a row of tables and chairs. Most of the chairs were flipped upside down on the tabletops, as if someone had closed the shop for the night years ago and never returned. A few chairs stood upright, looking out of place among the disarray. My stomach tightened with an odd sense of loss. I spotted a counter at the back. The words "Festival de Doses Natalinos" were scrawled on a cracked board resting atop the counter, accompanied by cartoon images of gingerbread men and candy canes. The paint had peeled, leaving the images half-formed. I approached the counter, stepping carefully around a broken mug on the floor. My flashlight revealed a layer of dust so thick that my footprints showed clearly behind me. The faint smell of something sweet still lingered, like sugar mixed with damp cardboard. I ran my fingers over the countertop. The grime felt soft and clung to my gloves. I imagined how this place might have looked during its last holiday season. Colorful sweets, smiling customers, the aroma of chocolate filling the air. The contrast with the current neglect made my chest feel heavy. A few display cases stood behind the counter, their glass cracked in places. I shone my flashlight inside one. Empty trays and a few scraps of old plastic wrap littered the shelves. One small sign lay face down, the word "Special" visible in faded red ink. It was as though the shop had prepared for a rush of holiday customers, but never saw them. My thoughts raced with questions about what caused such sudden abandonment. The posters in the window suggested a grand festival, but the dust told a story of years without visitors. I moved to the corner of the shop, where a small door likely led to a back room or storage area. It was slightly ajar. I hesitated, unsure if I really wanted to explore further. A dull sense of dread weighed on me, but curiosity pushed me on. I nudged the door open. The hinges squeaked, echoing in the silent space. My flashlight illuminated a cramped hallway with more shelves. I noticed a row of empty jars labeled with ingredients: flour, sugar, cocoa, but they were all empty and coated in dust. One jar lay shattered on the floor, and I stepped over it carefully. The hallway ended at another door. I pushed it open and found myself in a small kitchen. The counters were lined with old mixing bowls and rusted baking sheets. My flashlight revealed a large mixer in the corner, the metal parts corroded. A stool lay on its side next to an overturned bucket of hardened icing. The smell here was pungent, a mix of stale grease and mold. I grimaced, holding my sleeve to my nose. My mind wandered to the last person who might have used this kitchen, busy preparing holiday treats. Now everything felt hollow and lifeless. I saw a side window near the ceiling, closed tight with a layer of dirt on the inside and frost on the outside. No light entered from there, so I relied on my flashlight. The floor had scattered debris, bits of broken plates, crumbs turned to dust, and plastic containers missing their lids. I noticed what looked like a child's mitten lying in a corner, the bright color long faded. A wave of discomfort rippled through me. I didn't touch it. Instead, I backed away, wanting to return to the main area where there was at least some light from the front window. Moving back through the hallway, I kept my footsteps careful to avoid slipping on the dusty floor. When I reached the shop's main space again, I felt a slight relief. The empty tables and shelves at least felt less claustrophobic than the back kitchen. My flashlight caught sight of a decorative wreath hanging high on the wall. It was made of synthetic pine, drooping and discolored. A tattered ribbon hung from it, once red, now dull and frayed. I approached one of the tables with chairs still upright. A small pile of napkins sat in the center, stiff with age. I picked one up. It had a cartoon gingerbread house design. The color was nearly gone. The paper threatened to tear in my hands. I set it back down and looked around again. The stillness pressed on my ears. My breathing felt too loud. I noticed a door at the front corner that I had overlooked when I first came in. A sign above it said, "Restroom." I weighed whether to bother checking it, but my curiosity got the better of me. The door opened easily. My flashlight revealed a tiny space with a single toilet and sink. The mirror above the sink was cracked diagonally. Dust coated the ceramic surfaces. A dried-up hand soap container lay on its side. I didn't stay in there long. The cramped smell of stagnant air drove me back. Stepping out, I spotted something I hadn't noticed before. An old Christmas stocking pinned to the wall by the door. It had a cartoon reindeer stitched on the front. The material was stiff, caked with dust. I couldn't help but stare at it. The place felt like it had been stuck in a holiday twilight, forever waiting for a celebration that never arrived. My heart thudded. The rest of the shop was silent, but that lonely stocking gave me a chill I couldn't explain. I decided I'd had enough. As intriguing as it was to explore, the abandoned atmosphere weighed on me. I glanced back at the Festival de Doses Natalinos sign, its cheerful letters mocking the reality of this dead space. The front window glowed faintly in the overcast daylight. I headed for the door, leaving behind a trail of footprints in the dust. My hand gripped the handle, and I paused to glance back one last time. The rows of empty shelves, the overturned chairs, and the dusty counter looked strangely peaceful in that dim light. But the silence carried an unspoken sadness. I pushed the door open, stepping out into the cold street. The shift in temperature made me gasp. A light snow had begun to fall, dusting the sidewalk in delicate flakes. I let the door close behind me. It caught on the warped threshold for a second, then latched with a hollow thud. I took a few steps away, turning my head to see the storefront from the outside. Through the grimy window, the holiday decorations looked like vague shadows. The contrast between the festive images and the emptiness inside unsettled me. I rubbed my hands together for warmth. My breath crystallized in the air. The narrow street was still empty, the surrounding buildings equally silent. I wondered if anyone else even remembered this sweet shop, or if I was the first person to enter it in years. The faint echo of my footsteps moved me along. A few doors down, a boarded-up store displayed old flyers that had turned gray with age. This entire block felt forgotten. As I walked away, I couldn't shake the image of the dusty display cases and the sign promising a festival that never happened. My stomach twisted. I kept hearing the faint crunch of the broken mug under my foot, replaying in my head. I told myself to forget it, to focus on the next place I needed to be, but my mind stayed on the discolored wreath, the stiff napkins, and the stocking pinned to the wall. Those details felt like fragments of a story that ended abruptly. My pace quickened, and soon the sweet shop was out of sight. The snow fell more heavily, covering my tracks on the sidewalk. The cold air nipped at my face and hands. A part of me felt relieved to leave that forgotten corner, yet a lingering sadness stayed with me. The idea of a grand Christmas sweets festival left to rot beneath layers of dust seemed like a reminder of how plans can dissolve and vanish, leaving only traces behind. As I reached a livelier section of town, I heard distant car engines and saw a few people hustling around, bundled up in coats. Their presence felt like a jolt back to reality. The tension in my chest subsided a little, replaced by the familiar noise of everyday life. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the old sweet shop behind me, but it was gone from view. I never learned what caused that shop to close so suddenly. Maybe it was economic trouble or a personal tragedy for the owners. Maybe the festival was planned and the doors never opened. Whatever the reason, the place now existed as a shadow of a celebration, stuck in a frozen moment. I continued my walk, telling myself I wouldn't return, but I couldn't deny the strange pull it had. Even as I put more distance between me and that quiet ruin, the memory remained. The Festival de Doces Natalinos sign burned in my thoughts, a bitter echo of unfulfilled holiday joy. And so I left it behind, footsteps crunching on the snowy pavement, carrying away only the unsettled feeling that hung in the cold winter air. Brutal gusts hammered my jacket as I approached the entrance to the old pedestrian underpass. A single street lamp above me flickered, casting weak light on the steps that disappeared underground. Snow gathered at the edges of each concrete stair, making them slick. My breath formed small puffs of white in the cold air. The city above felt empty, but the chill wind carried faint traffic noise from a distant avenue. I pulled my hood tighter, bracing myself as I descended. The steps led me down into darkness. I aimed my small flashlight ahead. The walls were damp, with water stains running in streaks. No graffiti marks stood out, and there was almost no litter on the ground, just a stray leaf here and there, soggy and flattened. The ceiling felt low. My backpack brushed against a pipe overhead, causing a dull clang that echoed through the tunnel. I reached the bottom and paused, letting my eyes adjust. The air smelled stale, with a hint of earth. My breath echoed, and I noticed how loud each exhale sounded in the stillness. A faint glow seeped in from the entrance behind me, but the rest of the corridor was dark. My flashlight revealed a series of concrete sections extending forward. There were no side passages, just a single path beneath the street. The floor looked slightly uneven, with patches of cracked concrete. I stepped forward carefully, mindful of hidden ice patches. My boots crunched on small bits of debris. A slight drip echoed in the distance, maybe from a cracked pipe. My shoulders felt tense. The city rarely maintained these old underpasses, so I wasn't sure what I'd find. I moved deeper, one cautious step at a time. My flashlight beam swept across the walls. They were bare and grimy. I saw no scribbles, no tags, no posters. It felt unnatural for such a place to remain so clean of graffiti. Each step took me farther from the entrance's faint light. My own breathing amplified in my ears. I could feel my heart beating faster, but I reminded myself that it was just an old pedestrian route. Around the halfway point, I spotted something unusual near the wall on my left. It looked like a small ledge or a makeshift shelf. I swung the flashlight over. That's when I noticed a little arrangement, possibly hand-constructed. My pulse quickened. I stepped closer, trying to make sense of the shapes. On a narrow concrete protrusion sat small clay figures, roughly formed, about the size of my palm. They resembled a basic nativity scene, but with no faces. The clay shapes had lumps where heads and bodies might be, but no real detail. Around them, someone had arranged a few pine cones, each dusted with what looked like dried white paint or maybe plaster. I swallowed. The figures gave off a primitive, almost childlike appearance. 3 or 4 lumps were arranged in a semicircle, with a slightly larger piece in the middle. That might have represented a manger. Another 2 lumps stood off to the side, as if they were more figures. Each piece of clay had small cracks, possibly from cold or lack of proper firing. A single battery-powered candle sat next to them, but it looked dead. Its plastic cover was yellowed. I reached out to touch it, but it felt brittle and cold. The presence of these figures in this forgotten place made my stomach tighten. I glanced around, half expecting to see more signs of a person's presence. The corridor was silent, except for the steady drip of water. I moved the flashlight beam back and forth. No bedrolls, no trash piles, no sign of a person living here. It seemed like someone had placed these clay shapes and pine cones as a quiet tribute or memorial, then left. I knelt down, ignoring the chill of the damp concrete. My knees ached from the cold. I examined the figures more closely. I could see faint impressions on the clay, like someone had used their thumbs to shape each piece. There were no drawn-on eyes or painted clothes. It was minimal. I noticed how carefully they had been arranged, each cone positioned to ring the figures. Small bits of glitter still clung to the edges of the cones. It looked old, maybe from a previous holiday season. My breath caught in my throat. The smallness of this scene, set in such a harsh, isolated tunnel, sent a shiver through me. I ran my gloved finger over one cone. The edges felt brittle, almost crumbling to the touch. Glitter flakes stuck to my glove. A faint, musty smell rose from the damp clay. The entire display had a fragile air, as though a single bump could destroy it. I glanced up and down the tunnel again, uneasy at the emptiness. I whispered a soft greeting, as if anyone might answer. The echo returned, mocking my moment of hope. Standing up, I realized my flashlight had cast a large shadow behind me. The beam bobbed across the wall. I turned, scanning the rest of the corridor. Ahead, I could see the faint outline of steps leading back up to the street. My chest tightened, and I decided to keep going. I felt the weight of that small clay scene as I stepped away, as if it tugged at me. My mind churned with questions about who had made it and why. I pressed on, shining the beam ahead. The corridor's floor showed minor frost in the corners. My breath came in quick bursts. A few droplets of water fell from the ceiling, leaving dark splotches on the ground. The tunnel seemed to stretch longer than it should. My pulse pounded, and I increased my pace. Finally, I reached the far end, where another set of steps led upward. They looked as worn as the first set, with ice forming near the edges. I climbed them, boots slipping on the final step. My fingers gripped the railing, which felt cold and rough. When I emerged onto the street, I had to blink several times to adjust to the dull daylight. The wind picked up, biting my ears. I looked around. This exit opened onto an empty sidewalk with a few old buildings nearby. A single car drove by, its tires crunching on salted pavement. My heart still raced from the tension of that underground passage. I glanced back down the steps, then looked around for any sign of a caretaker or a city worker. No one was around. My chest felt tight. The recollection of those little clay figures lingered. They seemed so out of place in the darkness. I considered going back down to examine them again, but a sense of caution told me to leave. I steadied my breathing, letting the crisp air fill my lungs. I walked away, following the sidewalk. My legs felt stiff. I was a few blocks from my apartment, and I wanted the warmth of home. As I moved, I found myself dwelling on that scene below. It was simple, silent, and almost sorrowful. I tried to push the thought aside, but it stayed. Each step I took felt heavier. I paused at a crosswalk, waiting for a signal that never came, because the traffic light seemed broken. I crossed anyway, scanning for cars. The city felt strangely empty, as if everyone had cleared out for the winter. By the time I got home, my cheeks were red from the cold, and my fingers were numb. I let myself in and locked the door, then kicked off my boots. My heater clicked on, blowing lukewarm air. I removed my coat and gloves, noticing glitter on one fingertip. That sight brought me back to the pine cones arranged around the clay figures. My stomach knotted. The day's events replayed in my head. I couldn't stop picturing that half-lit underpass, the silent drip of water, and those tiny lumps of clay. That evening, I sat by my small kitchen table with a cup of tea. The warmth in my hands steadied my breathing. Outside, the wind howled. My mind wandered to the possibility of returning to the underpass. I felt a strange urge to do something for that little display, maybe place a small battery candle that worked, or remove the damp cones before they crumbled. But the idea of going back into that tunnel made my pulse quicken again. I tried to sleep, but I kept visualizing the scene. The dripping water echoed in my ears as though I was still down there. Around midnight, I got up and paced my apartment. I couldn't shake the sense that the clay nativity had been left there for a purpose. I told myself it was just an old project, abandoned like so many things in neglected parts of the city. Yet the memory kept poking at me. The next morning, the sky was pale gray. Snow drifted lazily, adding another layer to the frozen streets. I bundled up and walked the route I had taken before, not entirely sure I would enter that underpass again. When I reached the entrance, though, I found the steps coated in fresh snow. The single lamp overhead flickered. My chest tightened. I stood there for several minutes, deciding what to do. In the end, I descended, flashlight in hand. The corridor felt colder than before, as though the temperature had dropped overnight. My boots slipped on a thin sheet of ice near the bottom step. I steadied myself against the wall. The water stains seemed darker, and the drip was louder. My breath came out in quick puffs. The passage stretched ahead, dim and uninviting. I reached the spot where the clay figures had been, shining my beam toward the left wall. My pulse spiked. At first I saw nothing there, just empty concrete. But then I realized the shelf was still there, and the scene remained. My heart thumped. The pine cones looked more wilted, if that was possible. A few had toppled, leaving scattered pieces of bark on the ledge. The clay figures were in the same general arrangement, but one had tipped forward, its head chunk broken off. I picked up the broken piece and placed it on top of the figure, trying to restore it. My gloved hands shook. I noticed the battery candle on its side. I lifted it and tried the switch. Nothing happened. It was still dead. A small puddle had formed under the ledge, possibly from new leaks in the ceiling. The water reflected my flashlight beam. I exhaled, feeling my breath catch in my chest. Standing there with those figures, I felt an odd sense of sadness. I wanted to fix them, or at least protect them from further damage. But I had no real supplies, and it wasn't my place to alter someone else's work. I gently uprighted the cones, pushing them back into a ring around the clay lumps. My teeth chattered from the cold. I whispered a soft apology for not being able to do more. The words seemed to vanish in the dark. My flashlight flickered, the battery nearing its end. That was my cue to leave. I glanced once more at the scene, unsure why it affected me so much. Then I turned and walked toward the far exit. My boots clicked on the concrete, the sound echoing. Each step felt heavier. The overhead dripping continued, creating a steady rhythm. When I finally climbed the steps at the other end, I blinked at the glare of daylight on fresh snow. My breathing was ragged, and my shoulders ached from tension. Outside, life carried on. A distant car horn blared. The cold wind slapped my cheeks. I shut my eyes for a moment, letting the real world anchor me. The underpass lay behind me, silent and unseen beneath the street. I walked away, telling myself I had done enough by at least straightening the clay figures. Yet a pang of regret remained. I suspected they might melt away or crumble soon, taking with them whatever quiet message they once represented. Still, I knew I wouldn't forget them. I continued on my errands, boots crunching on salt and ice. My mind replayed the image of those faceless lumps, circled by pine cones, in a place where almost no one passed by. The memory clung to me, a reminder of how something small and fragile could exist in a hidden corner of the city, waiting for anyone who stumbled across it. As I turned a corner and reached a busier street, I forced myself to focus on the day ahead, though I carried the underpass scene with me, lodged in my thoughts like a quiet ache that wouldn't fade. Relentless winds stung my ears as I reached the final bend of the mountain trail. My thighs ached from the steady incline, and my lungs burned with each breath in the cold air. I paused for a moment, turning to look behind me. An expanse of white valleys stretched below, dotted with tall pine trees dusted in snow. The sky hung low and gray, hinting at the possibility of more snowfall later. I swallowed, tasting the metallic tang of the frigid air. I didn't see anyone else on this path. No footprints except the ones I left behind. It felt like I was intruding on some secret place. My boots crunched through fresh layers of snow as I continued along the ridge. Each step made the muscles in my calves tighten, and I leaned forward, using a hiking pole for balance. The trail wound between jagged rocks and sparse pockets of fir trees. The wind picked up again, making me steady myself against a nearby boulder. I rubbed a hand over my face, wiping away a layer of moisture that had gathered on my cheeks. At last, the narrow path opened to a clearing with a wooden railing at the edge, a natural vantage point overlooking the valleys. The structure was small, maybe the size of a large balcony or deck, with thick wooden posts sunk into the rocky ground. As I approached, the boards creaked under the weight of my boots. I peered over the railing. The drop was steep, plunging down a few 100 feet into a pine-covered slope. My stomach lurched a bit. I tightened my grip on the top rail and inhaled. The view was breathtaking, even in the muted light. Rolling hills of evergreens, partially obscured by swirling fog. Then I noticed a thin gold ribbon tied to the center post of the railing. It caught my eye because it fluttered in the wind, a small flicker of color in an otherwise gray landscape. I stepped closer, curious. The ribbon was about 1/2 inch wide, frayed at the edges, and loosely tied in a bow. The knot looked shaky, as though someone with cold fingers had fastened it quickly. From the bow, a small handcrafted ornament dangled, a little straw figure shaped like an angel, its edges starting to come apart. The straw tips were bent, and a few pieces had broken off, leaving jagged ends. I leaned in, scanning for any note or name, but saw nothing. I ran my gloved finger along the ribbon, feeling the coarse texture. It was cold and slightly damp. My chest tightened at the thought of whoever placed it here. Maybe it was a hiker, or possibly a local who knew this vantage point well. The wind whipped the ribbon around, making the angel twist. A tiny jingle sounded from within the straw, like a small bead or bell hidden inside. It was faint, almost drowned out by the gusts. I leaned against the railing, letting my pulse slow. The sense of solitude weighed on me. The sky overhead looked flat and colorless, as though evening might arrive sooner than expected. I shifted from foot to foot, trying to keep warm. My breath came out in visible puffs. I wondered how often people visited this place during the winter. Probably not many. The path was steep, icy in parts, and the temperature was unforgiving. I decided to rest a bit, so I set my backpack down near the post. My knees wobbled from the strain of the climb, but I was grateful for the brief pause. I drank a little water from a canteen, feeling the chill of the liquid slide down my throat. The air around me carried the faint scent of pine and damp earth. There were no other sounds besides the wind, maybe a distant creaking of tree branches far below. I could almost hear my own heartbeat in that quiet. Every now and then a stronger gust would rattle the railing, making it groan. The boards beneath my boots felt sturdy, but the noise still sent a shiver up my spine. I stared at the angel again. Its straw wings were tied with a tiny piece of red thread, now faded to a dull shade. The angel's head was just a small bundle of straw with no facial features. I felt a jolt of sadness. It seemed like a small, lonely gesture, a holiday decoration left in a place where few would ever see it. I checked the horizon. Clouds moved slowly, heavy with the threat of more snow. I tightened my scarf around my neck. Even though the temperature made my fingers stiff, I felt reluctant to leave. Something about that ribbon and angel caught my attention in a way I couldn't explain. I imagined the person who had placed it here, carefully tying the bow, perhaps whispering a wish or a prayer. I pictured them standing in silence, the same cold wind nipping at their face. I walked to the far side of the viewpoint, stepping around a small wooden bench that was half buried in snow. It looked unused for months, maybe longer. The seat had patches of ice. I brushed some of it away with my glove and sat down. The wood felt solid but cold as stone. I could see the ribbon from this angle, glinting whenever the light caught it. The straw angel swung gently, creating that almost inaudible jingle again. My stomach growled. I realized I hadn't eaten anything substantial since morning. I dug into my backpack for a protein bar, unwrapped it, and took a bite. The chocolate coating had hardened in the cold. I chewed slowly, glancing occasionally at the valley below. The pines swayed under the wind, making them look like dark waves on a snowy sea. I swallowed the last of the bar, washing it down with another sip of water. Part of me wanted to untie the angel, examine it more closely. But I hesitated, feeling that would violate the small, intimate offering someone had left. I decided to leave it untouched. I brushed crumbs from my coat and stood, feeling the stiffness in my knees again. My cheeks felt raw, and my ears burned from the cold. The wind whistled around the corners of the railing. I walked back to where the ribbon was tied. The ornament spun once more, as if acknowledging my presence. I reached out, gently stopping it with my palm. The straw was rough under my glove. I sensed how fragile it was. The bough looked like it might come undone if tugged too firmly. I let go, and the wind caught it again. A wave of apprehension washed over me. I wanted to head back down the trail before the light faded further. I checked my watch. Mid-afternoon, but in the winter, dusk could come swiftly, and I didn't want to navigate the steep, icy path in total darkness. Gathering my backpack, I double-checked that I had everything. My phone was in my pocket, though it had no signal up here. My flashlight was strapped to the side of the pack. I paused a final time, leaning on the railing for support. The valley spread out, silent and remote. My breath formed small clouds again, each one vanishing into the wind. The golden ribbon flickered at the edge of my vision. I thought about who might have placed it there. I thought about their reason. Maybe a memorial, maybe just a simple celebration of the holiday, or perhaps a way to share a bit of joy in a lonely place. My chest grew tight. The starkness of the scene mixed with the quiet gesture of that ornament unsettled me, but it also filled me with a strange respect. Taking a deep breath, I turned from the railing and started back on the trail. My boots slid a bit on a patch of ice near the entrance to the lookout. I gripped a nearby tree branch for balance. Once I felt stable, I began the descent. The wind battered my back, almost pushing me down the path. I kept my eyes on the ground to avoid losing my footing. Each step sent a shock through my legs. After maybe 10 minutes of careful walking, I glanced over my shoulder. The vantage point had vanished behind a clump of pines. I couldn't see the ribbon or the bench anymore. I swallowed hard, feeling a pang of regret for leaving that small ornament behind. But I had no reason to stay, and no desire to risk a night out in the open. The path was steep, and my heart pounded with each step, partly from exertion, partly from lingering tension. As I continued down, I noticed the weather shifting. Tiny specks of snow fell, swirling around me. I picked up my pace, mindful of the time. My breath quickened. My calves burned. Occasionally, I heard a low moan of wind through the trees. A heavy quiet still pressed on the forest. I thought about the golden ribbon, how it had seemed so delicate. I wondered if it would survive the next storm, or if it would tear away, lost to the elements. My trek stretched on. The trail twisted along the mountainside, passing patches of rocky outcrops. I felt a twinge in my knee where I'd slipped earlier. I gritted my teeth and kept moving, planting the hiking pole firmly before each step. Cold air stung the inside of my nose. My scarf grew damp from breath and frost. Eventually, I reached a lower elevation where the snow wasn't as deep. I paused under a large pine to catch my breath, leaning against its trunk. The bark felt rough even through my gloves. I checked my watch again. Over an hour had passed since I left the vantage point. The sky was darker now, the sun hidden behind thick clouds. My stomach tightened. I still had a ways to go. The idea of being trapped on this mountain after sunset made my pulse speed up. I pushed off from the tree and continued. focusing on placing my feet carefully in the spots where the snow looked most packed. Another half hour brought me to a flatter stretch. The forest opened slightly, revealing a distant gravel road near the base of the mountain. Relief washed over me. I spotted a few tall, bare branches sticking out from a clearing, and behind them a faint outline of the road. My body relaxed a little. I realized how tense my shoulders had been. I trudged on, breathing through the ache in my muscles. The snow here was mixed with patches of exposed earth, muddy and slick. I slipped once, catching myself at the last second. My heart leapt into my throat. I paused, controlling my breath, then continued more slowly. The wind was calmer at this lower elevation, though it still cut through my clothes. Eventually, the final slope brought me to the edge of the gravel road. I stepped onto the uneven surface, noticing how the rocks crunched underfoot. A sense of victory and exhaustion settled in. I glanced back at the trail. The mountain loomed overhead, dark against the overcast sky. I couldn't see the vantage point from here, but I imagined the lonely bough fluttering, the straw angel twisting in the wind. I turned away, letting my eyes settle on the road ahead. A single streetlight farther down flickered on, casting a weak glow in the encroaching dusk. I sighed, relieved that I had made it off the mountain before nightfall. My cheeks were numb and my feet felt damp. I adjusted my scarf and began walking toward the distant light, my legs heavy. As I moved, I kept replaying the image of the vantage point in my mind. The wide expanse of white valleys, the biting wind, the battered bench, and the flimsy golden ribbon. I didn't know why it stayed with me so strongly, but each step away from the mountain brought a hollow feeling in my chest. Perhaps it was the simple fact that someone left a small token of holiday spirit in such an isolated spot. Or maybe it was the final reminder that sometimes a single object can carry a lot of meaning when there's nothing else around. By the time I reached the streetlight, night had fallen completely. The road stretched ahead, partially visible in the weak yellow glow. I heard the faint hum of wind in the trees, and in the distance the sound of a car engine. My throat felt dry. I tried to focus on the warmth waiting for me at my car, but in my mind's eye, I still saw that ribbon flickering in the alpine wind, the little straw angel dancing on its tether. I vowed to keep that memory. Something about it made the cold a little more bearable, even as my fingers shook and my toes stung. With that thought, I stepped forward, following the road until the glow of headlights finally appeared around the bend. The long day was nearly over, but the image of a single gold ribbon in a vast, frigid landscape stuck with me, as vivid as the mountains themselves. Sleet stung my face when I first saw the front of the old college. The wind pressed my coat against my shoulders, and I hesitated before stepping closer to the sagging gates. I remembered the time when this place was lively, but that memory felt distant. Now I saw broken windows and snow piling against the walls. An uneasy feeling kept my hand on the gate for a few seconds. I heard nothing but the wind pushing loose shingles around the courtyard. I slipped through the gap where the gate used to lock. My boots sank into the snow. Each step crunched, and my breath formed clouds in the cold air. I followed the footprints I'd left on my way in, just to keep myself anchored. I saw no signs of movement. No lights shone through any window. I stepped around fallen beams and scattered bricks. I felt a knot in my stomach, but I moved on. I had come here for answers about what might still be inside. The courtyard felt larger than I remembered. The main building's facade looked grim. Windows with shattered glass stared out like dark holes. The wind circled around me. I moved along the wall until I noticed a stone staircase leading down. I tried to recall where it went. I remembered an inner courtyard beneath ground level, a place we used to call the sunken yard, though there was no sun there now. I approached the steps with caution, testing each one. They felt slick with ice and small patches of snow. My breath echoed in the open air. When I placed my foot on the top stair, I heard a faint crunch under me. I stopped, expecting something to shift, but everything stayed in place. As I descended, I saw a string of Christmas lights draped along the banister. They were old, with rust on the wire. No batteries were in the compartment. The bulbs were cracked, and a few had fallen off. I paused to examine them. It felt out of place. My heart pounded. I didn't expect to see anything festive here. There was a Christmas stocking at the bottom of the steps, hanging from a piece of iron that jutted out of the stone. The sock looked dirty. Its red color had faded to a brownish hue. The white part at the top was gray. The sight stopped me in my tracks. My throat felt dry and my chest tightened. This place was supposed to be abandoned, so who had put this stocking here? I pressed a hand against the cold stone wall for balance. A piece of plaster fell away at my touch. I exhaled, trying to calm my nerves. I told myself it might just be a leftover from years ago. Maybe a caretaker had set it up once, and nobody bothered to remove it. Still, it felt recent in a strange way. I forced myself to keep going. Step by step, I went down, listening to each scrape of my boots against stone. I smelled damp air. The cold stung my fingers. I wished I had worn thicker gloves, but I kept them in my pocket to warm them. When I reached the bottom, I noticed the shape of the courtyard. The walls rose around me, and a set of closed double doors faced me from across the yard. I remembered those doors used to lead to a corridor near the auditorium. I had a flashlight in my bag, so I took it out and turned it on. The beam lit dust motes in the air. I swung the light around, trying to see if there was anything else out of place. A few metal chairs lay overturned on the far side, half buried in the snow. The steps behind me seemed steeper now that I was looking back at them from below. I moved to the stocking. I didn't want to touch it, but I felt drawn to examine it. My breath was shaky. My eyes kept darting around, expecting movement. I saw none. I gently lifted the edge of the fabric. The sock felt stiff, like it had been frozen and then thawed a few times. I saw no name on it, but the material had small tears. Part of me wanted to yank it off and throw it away so I wouldn't have to see it anymore. Instead, I let it drop back onto the iron spike. I aimed the flashlight at the double doors. I saw a rusted padlock, but it hung open. One side of the latch was bent. I swallowed and forced myself to approach. The crunch of snow underfoot felt louder with each step. My heart thumped in my chest. I could hear my pulse in my ears. At the door, I placed my gloved hand on the wood. It felt damp and cold. The handle gave a little when I tested it. Then I pulled the door, and it opened. The hinges creaked, echoing into the darkness inside. A musty smell greeted me as I peered into the corridor. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The floor had puddles of melted snow and scattered debris. I walked in, careful not to slip. My footsteps sounded hollow. I kept glancing back at the doorway, half expecting someone to appear behind me. The corridor stretched forward. On the left, a row of lockers lined the wall. Their doors were open or missing. On the right, windows looked into a courtyard area above. Most of the glass was broken. Snow had drifted onto the sill. I noticed faint footprints in the corridor, but they seemed old, possibly from boots that came here last winter or who knows when. I kept the flashlight up, scanning the lockers. Some had graffiti sprayed on them. A few had old labels. I saw Science Lab painted on a sign above a door, but that door was blocked by fallen ceiling tiles. I moved carefully around them. My breathing felt shallow. I wanted to leave, but my curiosity pulled me further. I wanted to see if anyone had left something behind that explained the Christmas decorations. The tension in my neck built up. I couldn't ignore the sense of unease. My mind raced with short questions. Who was here? Why a stocking? Why now? I had no answers. I walked another 20 feet before turning a corner that led to the old offices. The corridor ended in a heavy metal door. I remembered that was the administrative wing, but the door had a chain around the handles. I tested it. It was locked tight. The chain rattled against the metal. I stepped back, shining the flashlight around. The walls had old posters, some half-torn. I read a few words about safety procedures. I saw the date printed at the bottom, years out of date. I realized no one had bothered with maintenance here in a long time. I heard a soft clack behind me, like a piece of debris shifting. I spun around fast, flashlight up. Nothing. My hand trembled as I gripped the handle of the flashlight. I told myself it was just the wind. My heart pounded. I exhaled, counting my breaths. Then I decided to return to the stone stairs. There was nothing else for me there. I started back, checking each corner. My body felt tense, and the hair on my arms stood up. Every time the wind blew in from a broken window, I shivered. When I reached the courtyard, I noticed how quiet it was. The wind above seemed distant. The stocking still hung there. I looked at it again. Then I aimed my flashlight around the lower courtyard, scanning for any sign of fresh footprints. I saw lumps of disturbed snow near the edges, but I wasn't sure if they were prints or just melting sections. The stone walls looked blank, covered in patches of ice. I let out a slow breath, and I realized my jaw was clenched. My mouth felt dry, and my fingers had gone numb in the cold. I climbed the stairs carefully. My knees felt weak, and the slope looked more dangerous than before. I gripped the banister, feeling the rough metal under my glove. The string of light scraped against my arm, and a few bulbs clinked. When I reached the top, I looked back one last time. The view of the courtyard made me uneasy. The stocking, the empty doors, the oppressive silence, it all felt wrong, like a leftover scene from a moment that ended in a hurry. I found no sign of life, but I also felt I wasn't alone. I stepped into the main yard. The wind hit my face again, and it felt even colder. I retraced my path toward the broken gate. My footprints were still there. I noticed that a new set of tracks had formed near the corner of the courtyard. They looked smaller, maybe from an animal. They led to a pile of debris. I glanced around, scanning for motion, but I saw nothing. I kept moving, focusing on the exit. My stomach churned with tension. The walk to the gate felt longer than before. Each second I expected someone or something to appear. My thoughts jumped from one scenario to another. Maybe a drifter, maybe just the wind. I forced myself to keep my pace steady. When I reached the gate, I pushed it, but it had stuck. I used my shoulder to nudge it open. The squeal of rusted hinges made me grind my teeth. Outside, the open yard stretched, and the path back to the main road was dark. I turned off my flashlight to save the battery. The ambient light from the cloudy sky let me see a few yards ahead. I didn't want to linger. The old college behind me felt heavy, like it was looming over my shoulder. The wind picked up again, and I heard branches snapping somewhere. I tightened my coat around me and walked quickly. My boots hit patches of ice, and I stumbled once, catching myself before falling. As I put distance between me and the college, I couldn't shake the image of that stocking. I tried to focus on the path, on the sound of my steps, on the frost biting my cheeks. My mind wouldn't stop replaying that single piece of decoration, hanging there for reasons I couldn't explain. I felt my heartbeat return to a normal pace as I neared the main road. My body still felt tense, and my thoughts swirled with questions. But I kept walking. I had enough of that place for one day. By the time I reached my car, the sun was already sinking behind a row of trees. I scraped ice off the windshield, my hands shaking a bit. I got inside and turned on the engine. The heat blowing from the vents felt like a relief on my freezing skin. I didn't look back at the college. I stared at the steering wheel for a few seconds, collecting myself. My breath was shallow, and my forehead felt damp despite the cold. I pressed my lips together, then forced my hands to stop trembling by gripping the wheel tight. Driving away, I noticed the place looked even darker in the rearview mirror. Snow blurred the shape of the building. I tried to concentrate on the road ahead. I told myself that I should stay away, that there was nothing left to discover there except broken memories and a few stray decorations. But I couldn't ignore the unsettled feeling in my chest. Someone or something had placed that stocking and those string lights. I wanted to forget it, but the thought stayed with me all the way home. My knuckles stayed white on the steering wheel until I reached my driveway. Later that night, I pulled off my coat and set it aside. My thoughts drifted again to the old courtyard. I rubbed my eyes and sighed. Every time I blinked, I saw that limp stocking and the cracked bulbs on the banister. I felt uneasy in my own home. The memory clung to me. My chest felt tight, like I hadn't fully left that place behind. I shook my head and tried to distract myself with normal tasks, but I couldn't. I wondered if I had missed a clue or if I should have explored more. Then I asked myself why I cared. The building was abandoned. The decorations were worthless. Still, my skin prickled whenever I remembered the silence. I lay awake for a while, staring at the ceiling, replaying every moment. I saw the broken gate, the steps, the old doors, the corridor, and that single stocking. My heart pounded as if I were still standing there in the cold. My muscles felt tense, and I couldn't relax. I kept picturing someone watching me from a window, footsteps echoing somewhere beyond my hearing. I had felt that presence the entire time, but I never saw anyone. I breathed slowly, forcing my body to calm down. After a while, exhaustion took over, and my eyes shut. I don't know if I'll ever find out who placed those decorations. I don't know if I'll ever return to that place. All I know is that I felt exposed and uneasy the whole time I was there. The old college didn't just look abandoned. It felt wrong. That memory still makes my hands shake. Whenever I think about going back, I feel a chill like the wind at my neck, and I remember standing by that stocking, my breath caught in my throat. Now, I just want to forget it. But every time I close my eyes, I see that stone staircase and the faded Christmas lights, and I don't think that image will ever leave me. See wind cut across my face when I reached the base of that isolated hill. My car's heater hadn't prepared me for the sharp chill waiting outside. I stood there, boots sinking into fresh snow, scanning the slope with uneasy curiosity. The sky was gray, offering no warmth. In the distance, at the top of the hill, I could make out a thin wooden post. I couldn't see what was attached to it yet, but I noticed what looked like broken wires hanging from something near the top. I started up the hill, my breath fogging in front of me. Each step was an effort because the snow reached halfway up my calves. My thighs burned from pushing forward. The crunch of each step was the only sound I heard. No animals stirred, and no distant hum of traffic comforted me. It felt like I had entered a world that everyone else had abandoned. Halfway up, I paused to catch my breath. My heart pounded, and sweat dampened my forehead despite the cold. I wiped my face, then looked back. My car was a small, dark shape below, surrounded by flat fields of white. Clouds loomed overhead. I saw no footprints other than my own. The total silence weighed on my mind. I felt an urge to turn around and leave, but I kept going. Something about that wooden post pulled me forward. When I reached the top, I saw a faded sign attached to the post. Sleigh stop. The letters were nearly gone, scratched and splintered. A few broken light bulbs hung around the sign, wired into a short strand of old Christmas lights. Most bulbs were missing or cracked. A single red bulb remained, but it looked cloudy with age. Under the sign, I saw an old bench, half buried by snow. The backrest looked crooked. I noticed small plastic hooks for lights or decorations. Some wire still dangled, missing its bulbs. I stood there, trying to imagine the place when it was active. Now there was no movement, no voices, no sign of recent activity. I stepped closer to the bench and brushed off some snow with my glove. The wood felt soft and damp in places, like it was rotting from years of neglect. I tried to ease myself onto it, but I heard a small crack, so I stood back up. Next to the bench, I spotted a rusted thermos. I picked it up and shook it. It made a light rattle. I unscrewed the top and found nothing inside. No smell of old coffee or cocoa, just stale air and rust flakes. The wind gusted, and I shivered. I zipped my coat higher and pulled my scarf tighter around my neck. I looked around, searching for any structure or building. I saw only a few bare trees and a long drop down the opposite side of the hill. The land stretched out, covered in snow and dotted with dead shrubs. I wondered who had built this sleigh stop. I tried to picture children lining up, excited for a holiday ride. The absence of footprints or fresh tracks told me no one had visited in a long time. I walked around the sign and found a broken rope lying on the ground. It looked like it might have been part of a larger system to guide sleds or hold them in place. I touched it. The fibers felt stiff, covered in ice. I dropped it, feeling a prickle of unease in my fingertips. My mind raced with questions, but I focused on what I could see and feel. The wind cut through my coat, and my cheeks stung. I stomped my feet to keep my circulation going. I paced along a small, flattened area near the edge of the slope. The snow was packed more firmly there, which made me think it had been used repeatedly at one time, maybe for loading or unloading sleds. But that had to be years ago. The surface felt solid, and there was a worn path leading away from the slope, curving around a stand of trees. I followed it, my boots crunching with each step. My heart thumped harder as I moved away from the sign and bench, not sure what I would find. After about 30 yards, the path narrowed, and I had to watch my footing. Thorny bushes poked through the snow. I slipped once and grabbed at a branch, scratching my glove. My heart skipped a beat. The sudden jolt shot adrenaline through my veins, and I forced myself to slow down. My breathing came in short bursts, and my chest felt tight. I pushed through, following the faint trail until I reached a small open space. There, I found a cluster of old holiday decorations lying on the ground. Tinsel, or what remained of it, stretched across the snow, tarnished silver and tangled. A few plastic ornaments lay scattered, half buried. I picked one up. It was shaped like a bell, but the paint had peeled off, leaving the cheap plastic exposed. A surge of discomfort washed over me. My ears picked up nothing but the wind, yet I felt like someone was watching me. My pulse quickened, and my mouth went dry. I scanned the trees. They stood motionless, no sign of any figure. Still, the feeling lingered. I grabbed a second ornament, a small red sphere cracked down the middle. It reminded me that some group, at some point, had tried to decorate this area for a festive event. Now the remnants lay abandoned in the snow, broken and worthless. I didn't want to dwell on that spot. I circled around the trees to see if there was a cabin or any other structure. After a few minutes, I realized there was nothing else. The path seemed to end there. I returned to the main slope, my boots making fresh footprints. A sense of emptiness pressed against my ribs. I told myself to keep moving, to gather whatever information I needed, and then leave. This place felt wrong, like I had arrived too late to something that should have been joyful, but was now hollow. Back at the sign, I brushed more snow off the bench and decided to rest for a moment. My legs ached from climbing through the drifts. I leaned on the bench arm, testing its support. It held my weight this time. I set the thermos upright on the snow and looked around again. The wind carried a slight hiss through the broken bulbs. I heard the faint clatter of the wires tapping against the wood. I couldn't shake the heaviness in my stomach, and my mind started to race with ideas about how a sled stop could become so neglected. Nobody around, no explanation, no footprints. I took out my phone, hoping to get a signal. Nothing. I tried to take a few photos, but my battery was running low from the cold. I put the phone back in my pocket. I felt my heart rate spike when I heard a thump behind me. I stood up, spinning around fast, my pulse hammering in my throat. I saw a chunk of snow that had slid off the sign. It lay on the ground, broken into pieces. My chest felt tight, but I forced myself to relax. The place was playing tricks on my nerves. I decided to check behind the sign. The wooden post looked splintered at the base, as if it could snap in a strong wind. I noticed 2 metal brackets attached to it, possibly to hold a bigger sign in the past. Now they were bent and rusted. I knelt to look closer, sifting through the snow with my glove. I uncovered a small plastic bag. Inside, I found a few rotted bits of paper. Words had bled away, leaving only smudges of ink. My stomach twisted. I felt like I was intruding on something that had been left behind for a reason. I stood up quickly, deciding I had seen enough. My nerves were on edge. The cold had seeped through my boots, and my toes were going numb. I walked back toward the bench, grabbed the thermos, and set it on the seat. I didn't want to carry it. I wouldn't have a use for it, and it felt odd taking someone else's discard. I glanced at the sign one last time. Sleigh stop. My eyes traced the letters that were barely readable. I pictured a day long ago when families might have gathered for a ride, children waiting in anticipation. Now the sign hung there useless, battered by time and weather. I turned downhill. The slope looked steeper on the way down. My breathing was shallow as I began my descent. Snow kept sliding under my feet, forcing me to move cautiously. I planted each step, wary of patches of ice. A few times the wind gusted so hard I had to brace myself. My legs quivered, not just from fatigue, but from a sense of urgency to leave this place behind. Partway down, I thought I heard something behind me, a distant crunch of snow. I stopped, holding my breath, and listened. My pulse drummed in my ears. I focused on the sound of the wind. Then I caught a faint snapping noise. It could have been a branch breaking under the weight of snow. I scanned the ridge, but I saw no movement. Tension built in my jaw. I forced myself to keep going, my thoughts racing. The silence around me felt unnatural. The lower I got, the more I realized just how empty the surrounding land was. The road below led nowhere except back the way I had come. I reached the bottom, turned around, and looked up at the hill. The sign was just a dark shape against the gray sky. My footprints crisscrossed the slope, revealing my path. No other tracks joined mine. The wind whipped across the field, and I shuddered. My chest felt tight again, and I quickened my pace toward the car. By the time I reached my vehicle, my face burned from the cold, and my hands ached. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once on the snow. My breath came in ragged bursts. I unlocked the door and climbed inside. The seat felt stiff from the cold. I started the engine and switched on the heat, leaning back to catch my breath. My eyes stayed on the hill in front of me. Even though I was safe inside the car, I couldn't shake the tension in my muscles. For a moment, I considered driving up the slope as far as possible to see if I could get a closer look from another angle. But I dismissed that idea. I was tired, cold, and unsettled by the emptiness of the place. The sign, the broken lights, and the scattered ornaments had given me an uneasy feeling. I wanted to leave. I took one more look up the hill, then shifted into drive. My tires slipped a bit in the snow before finding traction. As I pulled away, the hill faded behind me. I glanced into the rearview mirror several times. The sense of isolation clung to me. My heartbeat slowed, but my mind kept flashing back to the old bench and the battered sign. I was relieved to be heading home, but I knew the memory of that lonely sleigh stop would stay with me. I could still feel the cold sting on my cheeks. I could still see the broken rope and the tarnished tinsel in the snow. I gripped the steering wheel and forced myself to concentrate on the road. The sky had darkened, and flakes of snow began swirling across the asphalt. My headlights cut through the gloom, revealing nothing but falling snow and my own tracks. I swallowed hard, pushing aside the lingering tension. I told myself it was just an old site, left to decay. I had no reason to return or investigate further. Yet I couldn't ignore the hollow sense that something important had been lost up there, and I had arrived too late to do anything about it. I continued driving until the hill was completely out of sight. My shoulders gradually relaxed and my breathing normalized. Still, my mind refused to let go of the image of that sign. "Sleigh stop," it had read, a reminder of gatherings that no longer happened. Now, all that remained was broken wire, a few rusted bulbs, and a forgotten bench near the top. The quiet was absolute. The memory of that quiet stuck with me long after I reached the main highway. Even back in my own living room, warmed by central heating, I found myself rubbing my arms as if the chill were still there, as if the empty hush of that lonely hill were standing right behind me. Splintered boards greeted me as I circled around the rear of the abandoned house. The wind felt colder there, and my coat wasn't enough to stop the chill. I'd been drawn to this spot by sheer curiosity. Earlier, I'd noticed the shape of a wooden structure leaning to one side behind the main building. It looked like a forgotten tool shed, half buried in weeds. A sense of unease nagged at my gut, but I couldn't resist checking it out. I approached the shed slowly. My boots crunched over dead grass. A broken ladder lay across the ground, and I had to step around a collapsed barrel. Every few steps, I noticed bits of rusted metal or rotted wood. The wind picked up, hissing against the side of the house. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but my heart pounded with each step. The main house was silent except for loose shutters rattling against the frame. At the shed door, I placed my hand on the rough wood. The texture felt damp and splintery under my glove. A discarded padlock dangled from a latch, but it was open. It looked like someone had forced it or maybe left it unlocked. I nudged the door gently, and it squeaked, refusing to open fully at first. I gave it a harder push. The hinge groaned. A gust of stale air hit my face. It smelled like mildew and rust. I slipped inside, keeping one foot near the threshold, ready to retreat if needed. Inside, I flicked on a small flashlight I had in my pocket. The beam illuminated a clutter of old tools, all coated in a thick layer of dust. I saw a few rakes, their wooden handles rotted near the ends, and a couple of rusted saw blades. There were shelves along one wall, sagging under the weight of jars filled with who knows what. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and the ceiling looked warped from water damage. I stepped carefully, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. I tried to keep the flashlight steady. My hands trembled a bit, and my mouth felt dry. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but something in me refused to back out. I scanned the top shelves. I saw an old radio missing its knobs, a few empty jars with questionable stains, and a torn calendar pinned to the wall behind them. The year on the calendar was nearly 20 years old. That made my skin crawl. This place had been abandoned for a long time. I moved toward a workbench near the back wall. The surface was covered in greasy residue, and spider webs stretched between an old hammer and a half-empty box of nails. My flashlight glinted off a dusty mirror hanging just above the bench. The reflection was murky, but I could make out my own shape. My face looked paler than usual. I felt a flicker of shame for letting my nerves get the best of me, but I couldn't help it. The stillness in that shed pressed on my chest. Suddenly, something dropped from the rafters. I jumped back, almost losing my grip on the flashlight. A small piece of plaster, or maybe a section of the ceiling, had come loose and landed on a pile of tools. My pulse raced, and I swallowed hard. I stood still for a moment, listening. My neck muscles tightened, but I heard nothing else. No footsteps, no breathing, just my own heart thudding against my ribs. I forced myself to approach the spot where the debris had fallen. It was just a chunk of old wood. I nudged it with my foot, and it crumbled to dust. Above me, the rafters were in bad shape, with nails sticking out at odd angles. I made a mental note not to spend too much time under that roof. One hard gust of wind might cause a bigger collapse. I turned to a cabinet on the far side. The door hung open, revealing a few large jars of nails, some paint cans, and a coil of rope that looked moldy. I reached out and touched the rope. It flaked in my hand. The place smelled damp. My mouth twisted in disgust, and I wiped my palm against my coat. My eyes roamed the shelves for any clues about who might have owned this place. I saw faded labels on the paint cans, but the writing was smudged. There was a date scribbled in marker, maybe from many years ago. It was impossible to read it clearly. My gut told me this shed hadn't been touched by anyone for ages. The far corner of the shed caught my attention. There was a small calendar pinned to the wall, different from the one I'd seen earlier. This one had a large image of Santa Claus on it. I realized it was a December page, showing the 24th circled in red marker. I stepped closer, ignoring the spider webs that brushed against my shoulder. My flashlight picked up faint words scrawled near the date. I leaned in. It said, "Don't forget." That's all, nothing else. My heartbeat rose. I couldn't guess what it meant. Don't forget what? A chore? A meeting? Something else? My mind buzzed with questions, and my stomach knotted. The tension built in my chest. Something about that note unsettled me. I looked around the shed again, scanning for anything that might give context. But the place was just a junk pile of old tools, scraps, and leftover supplies. My ears rang with the silence. I realized my breathing had grown shallow, and forced myself to take a slow inhale. My flashlight beam landed on a corner near the floor where a sack of fertilizer leaned against the wall. The top was torn open. I saw something partially hidden behind it. With my foot, I pushed the sack aside. A small wooden box lay underneath. It looked plain, but the lid had a rough carving of a star. The edges were chipped, and I could see grime in the corners. I hesitated, feeling a jolt of anxiety. Then I reached down to pick it up. The box felt surprisingly heavy. The lid was loose, so I lifted it. Inside, I found a bunch of old photos, stuck together from moisture and neglect. I pulled one free. It showed a man standing in front of a tractor, but I couldn't make out his face clearly because of the water damage. Another photo featured a child with a Christmas hat, but the details were smudged. My pulse pounded in my ears. These images felt personal. I felt like I was prying into someone's life. Still, I couldn't stop. I looked through the rest quickly. A group of people around a table, a shot of the tool shed from the outside, a winter scene with a house in the background. It must have been this property. The photos ended with a blank piece of cardboard. I set the box aside, my hand shaking. The wind outside picked up, making the shed's door rattle. I jerked my flashlight toward the entrance, half expecting someone to appear. Nobody was there. My limbs felt heavy, and my throat was dry. My thoughts raced. Why was everything left here? Who were these people? Was there a reason the last date on the calendar was circled? I kept hearing that rattle of the door in the wind. The sound made my skin crawl. I felt like something was about to happen. I tried to calm down by focusing on the physical details around me. The tool rack on the wall, the pile of nails, the smell of rot. It didn't help much. My mind remained on high alert. I decided to close the box and leave it where I'd found it. I slid it back behind the fertilizer sack, hoping to forget the glimpses of those photos. I turned to go, but a dull thud outside made me freeze. It sounded like something had bumped against the shed's exterior. My breath caught in my throat. I switched off the flashlight for a moment, thinking the darkness might hide me if someone was out there. My heart raced, and I forced myself to stand still, listening. The wind gusted again, and a soft scraping noise followed. I swallowed hard, waiting. Another thud came, then silence. After a few seconds, I realized it might be a loose tree branch slapping against the shed. I needed to confirm. My body felt tense, but I stepped forward, feeling the floor creak under me. I eased the door open just enough to peek outside. The cold air hit my face, and the gloom of late afternoon stretched out around me. Shadows from the house fell across the backyard. I strained my eyes, trying to identify any shape or movement. Nothing. The only motion I saw was the brittle grass rustling in the wind. My exhale came out shaky, creating a small cloud. I stepped out slowly, scanning the area. The door banged lightly against its frame behind me. I walked along the shed side and saw a thick branch resting against the wall. It must have fallen from a nearby tree, hitting the shed as it dropped. Relief washed over me, but my body still buzzed with adrenaline. My shoulders ached from the tension. I stood there, breathing in the cold air, trying to steady myself. I decided I'd had enough. The house itself was eerie, but the shed felt more personal and disturbing. I glanced at the sagging back porch of the main house. A screen door flapped in the breeze, squeaking on its hinges. No lights, no footprints. I remembered the old path that led me here, and I started back, stepping around the debris I'd seen earlier. My eyes flicked up to a broken window near the second floor. The emptiness behind that window made my skin tingle. I pressed forward, not wanting to linger. The walk to the front of the property felt longer than before. Each step came with a new wave of unease. My boots sank in wet patches of ground, and the fading light made it harder to see. My breath formed clouds as I quickened my pace. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting some figure to appear around the corner of the house or come out of the shed. The silence was absolute, except for the wind. My pulse drummed in my ears, and I rubbed my hands together to keep warm. Once I reached my car, I unlocked it with unsteady hands. My keys felt slippery in my grip. I climbed in, slammed the door, and locked it. My breath came in short gasps for a moment. Then I started the engine, letting the heater blast hot air against my numb fingers. I glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing the edge of the deserted property. The house and the shed were just dark shapes against the evening sky. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I backed out of the overgrown driveway, my tires crunching over gravel and broken branches. My headlights swept across the house's windows, revealing nothing but empty darkness. I turned onto the main road. Only then did my shoulders begin to relax a bit. The weight of that place lifted from me, but the memories remained. My thoughts went to that calendar pinned inside the shed and the scrawled words, "Don't forget." It still gnawed at me. I didn't want to imagine what the note meant. As I drove away, I tried to focus on practical details, the need for gas, the route I'd take home, and the warm meal I planned to have. But my mind kept drifting back to the rotted rope, the old photos, and that heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach. The property receded in my rearview mirror, disappearing in the twilight. I knew I wouldn't be able to shake the tension right away. Everything about that shed felt like an unresolved chapter in someone's life, abandoned without explanation. Even after I got home, I found it hard to unwind. My jacket still smelled of damp wood and musty air. I washed my hands twice, as if that could remove the atmosphere clinging to me. But the images stayed fresh. The dust on the tools, the battered walls, the ominous scribble on that December calendar. I didn't know who left it or why, but it lingered in my thoughts. I don't plan to go back. Nothing there is worth the feeling of dread that crawled under my skin. The house and its empty tool shed can stay forgotten, buried by time and neglect. That's what I told myself anyway. Part of me remains uneasy. I keep thinking about the photos in that box, the unknown faces, the date circled in red. I wonder what happened on that day, all those years ago. My nerves still jump at small noises, and at night I think I hear the faint creak of a shed door swinging in the wind. I hope that's just my imagination. But either way, I'll keep my distance. It's better that way. Dull daylight hit the dusty storefront when I turned the corner onto that empty street. The whole block felt deserted. Most shops had boarded windows or broken glass, so the record store caught my eye. The display window was grimy, but I noticed a vinyl record propped against a set of cardboard cutouts shaped like angels and snowflakes. A dull Christmas wreath lay near the glass, half crushed and turning brown. It all looked out of place in the dead silence of that street. I stood there, staring through the window. The glass reflected my outline, but I could still see inside. Shelves lined the walls, each one stacked with old records. I spotted a few promotional posters stuck to the back wall, their colors faded. My heart pounded. I wasn't sure why I felt on edge, but the stillness made me uneasy. I leaned forward, trying to make out more details. The place seemed locked up and coated in dust. A once bright holiday banner drooped from the ceiling, spelling out Merry Christmas in peeling letters. I inhaled, smelling the stale air that leaked from the crack under the door. I tried the door handle, expecting it to be locked, and it was. The metal was cold under my fingertips. A chain hung loose inside the gap, confirming nobody had been in or out for a while. I pressed my forehead to the glass for a better angle and saw a countertop near the center of the store. On it, there was a small tree made of tinsel, bent to one side. I couldn't see any lights or working electronics, just the old decorations and rows of abandoned albums. The wind blew down the street, carrying a faint whistling sound. My coat flapped around my legs. I shivered, feeling a slight chill that wasn't just from the temperature. I walked a few steps to the left, trying to see more of the display. A big vinyl record with a holiday cover showed a cartoon Santa. The label on it was partially peeled. Cardboard figures of a reindeer and a choir singer stood around it, both discolored. I noticed the singer was missing part of its arm. The reindeer had a dent in its head. My throat felt dry and my stomach tightened. I had expected to find a quiet street, but not a place frozen in time like this. I glanced around me. The other buildings on the block were empty. No cars passed by. It felt as if the entire town had shut down. My gut told me to move on, but I couldn't stop looking at the store. Something about a Christmas display left to rot in a place with no music or people made my skin crawl. The front door had a faded sign that read, "Closed until further notice." The words were almost unreadable. Yellow tape that had once sealed the handle was now brittle and curled. I peered through the gap again. My breath fogged the glass. My eyes landed on a corner of the store where a record player sat on a small table. The lid was open, and there was no disc on the turntable. A pair of old speakers flanked it, their grills torn. My mind raced with questions. Why leave it all behind? Did the owner plan to return? I tried not to overthink it. I stayed with what was in front of me: dust, old vinyls, and a stale holiday display. I decided to go around the back. Maybe there was a rear entrance or a broken window. I walked down the side alley, stepping over loose bricks and soggy cardboard boxes. The walls were tagged with graffiti. Broken glass crunched under my boots. I held my breath, half expecting someone to step out from behind a dumpster. But no one did. The only sounds were my footfalls and the distant hum of wind. My pulse remained elevated. I told myself it was just curiosity, not fear, but my clammy palms said otherwise. At the back of the building, I found a narrow door with chipped paint. It had a padlock, rusted shut, and no other handle. I tugged at it lightly. It didn't budge. The single window high up on the wall was covered with metal bars. I couldn't see inside from that angle. I exhaled, letting out the tension that had built in my chest. Clearly, there was no easy way into the place. I weighed my options. Breaking in felt wrong. I wasn't even sure what I'd do if I got inside. So I turned around and made my way back to the main street. The front of the store looked the same, but somehow more unsettling now that I knew there was no access from behind. I hesitated, then tried knocking on the glass just in case. The sound echoed softly inside, but no one answered. Of course they wouldn't. The store was empty. I found myself pressing my ear against the door. I heard nothing except my own heartbeat. My neck muscles felt tight. My breaths came shallow. The sense of loneliness in that old storefront was crushing. I realized I was gripping the door handle again, as if expecting it to open under some force of will. I stepped back and looked at the display. The cardboard carolers had faint smiles painted on them. One of them leaned forward at an odd angle, its base cracked. The dull wreath lay crooked near the vinyl record. A few small bulbs on the wreath had chipped paint. A red ribbon was tied around it, but the color had faded to a murky pink. I thought about the last time I saw a holiday display in a functional store. The difference was night and day. Here, it was just a shell, an echo of a celebration that never happened. I checked my watch. The late afternoon light slanted across the street, lengthening the shadows. I realized I'd been standing there much longer than I intended. The cold air bit at my ears, and I pulled my hood up. A quiet pressure built in my chest. It felt wrong to linger, but I had a stubborn urge to glean more from the store's window. Maybe it was the confusion of seeing something so festive in a place so lifeless. My mind jumped between wanting to explore more and wanting to leave. I took a step closer, pressing my hand to the glass near the bottom. Dust streaked my glove. A slight smell of mold drifted out through the gap under the door. The musty odor made me wrinkle my nose. My stomach fluttered with an uncertain sensation. I scanned the interior one last time. The bent tinsel, the outdated posters, the silent record player. If I squinted, I could see a row of cassettes on a spinning rack, each label worn away. I realized that no one would ever come to buy these items. They would just keep gathering dust until the building collapsed or someone demolished it. The wind gusted again, sending a chill down my spine. I decided to move on. My shoulder muscles felt tense from hunching in the cold, and my feet were starting to numb. I took a few steps away, then paused. I glanced back at the dusty window. My reflection looked pale and distorted. The sense of emptiness in that store was overwhelming. I wondered if this was how the entire town felt, once alive, now silent and hollow. I crossed the street to see if I could get a different vantage. From there, I could view the entire facade. The store's sign above the window was missing some letters. It once read Harmony Records, but now it just said Harm Y Wrecker S. The letters that remained were chipped and leaning. The leftover color was a murky green that probably shone brightly in the past. The building's roof looked uneven, and a broken gutter dripped water onto the sidewalk, forming a small puddle that reflected the gray sky. I leaned against a lamppost, trying to gather my thoughts. My breathing steadied a bit. I told myself there was nothing more to see. But every time I looked at the display, I felt a jolt of anxiety. The silence of it all was nearly suffocating. This was a place meant for music, for people browsing records, for holiday tunes and lively chatter. Instead, it stood in decay, offering only dust and broken Christmas ornaments. I swallowed hard, tasting the dryness in my mouth. I debated taking a photo with my phone, maybe to show someone else later, to prove that I wasn't imagining how eerie it was. But my phone battery was running low, and the cold had drained it faster. I pulled it out anyway. The screen showed only a sliver of life left. I snapped a quick shot of the storefront, the shutter sound unnaturally loud in the quiet street. Then the phone died instantly. No more pictures. That felt like a sign to leave. As I walked away, the crunch of my boots against the concrete echoed. I kept looking over my shoulder at the record store. The display seemed to watch me, that cardboard Santa on the record jacket frozen in a vacant grin. My hands trembled slightly, though from cold or discomfort I couldn't be sure. The further I got, the more my breathing eased. Still, a knot of tension stayed in my gut. I passed several other empty buildings, but none felt as heavy as that store. Some had furniture or scattered debris, but no holiday remnants left behind. The store had a kind of finality to it, like someone had tried to set up a cheerful scene and then vanished. My mind conjured images of a person placing that vinyl and those figurines in the window, maybe turning to greet a customer or expecting holiday shoppers. But the shoppers never came, and the store fell silent. By the time I reached the end of the block, A light snow began to fall. Tiny flakes landed on my coat. I inhaled, letting the cold air fill my lungs. My legs felt stiff. I glanced back one last time. The record store's facade was barely visible in the distance, but I could still see the top of that battered sign. The dusty window glinted faintly in the evening light. I felt a brief wave of sadness, though I pushed it aside. I turned the corner and found my car parked in a side lot. My keys jingled as I fumbled with them, my fingers stiff from the cold. Once inside, I cranked the heat and sat there, letting the air warm me. My heartbeat slowed. I realized how tense I had been the whole time. My shoulders ached, and my hands still shook. I stared at the steering wheel, replaying the sight of that window display in my mind. The chipped angels, the warped vinyl, the silent record player. Each detail felt like a puzzle piece of a place that time abandoned. I pulled out of the lot, driving down the empty main road. Streetlights flickered on, casting orange glows on the deserted sidewalks. Snowflakes pelted my windshield. As I passed the turn that led back to the record store, I felt a surge of relief that I was leaving it behind. Yet the memory lingered. The image of that neglected Christmas arrangement stuck in my head. No music played there anymore. Only silence and dust remained, locked behind dirty glass. I tried to shake off the unease, focusing on the road ahead. Still, I couldn't deny the tension in my chest. The store stayed with me, a snapshot of lost festivities. Something about that combination, holidays and an abandoned business, had torn open a strange feeling in me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the store's reflection. Of course it was gone, just darkness and falling snow. My shoulders relaxed a fraction, and I focused on getting home. I told myself not to dwell on it, but even now, I can't forget the sight of that record, the broken cardboard cutouts, and the hush that filled the entire block. It felt like a memory of a celebration that never really began, locked away behind a dusty pane of glass in a town that barely remembered it was there. Though crunched beneath my boots when I first noticed the edge of the clearing, I had been hiking through dense trees, following a narrow path that twisted under branches heavy with ice. The cold air pinched my cheeks, and each breath stung my lungs. Up ahead, the forest thinned, and I saw a flat area with a wooden picnic table standing out against the white snow. My pulse quickened because it seemed unusual to find a setup like this in such an isolated spot. I moved closer, taking each step with care. The ground dipped slightly, so I had to watch my footing. Low shrubs poked through the snow, their branches stiff and brittle. My ears caught no birdsong or scurrying of small animals. The silence felt absolute. As I approached, I realized this wasn't an ordinary picnic scene. The table had a light covering of ice, and the benches on either side looked damp and fragile. On top, I saw old dishes set out, an arrangement that suggested a meal had been interrupted. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. It didn't make sense to find abandoned dishware in the middle of the woods with no one around. I stepped up to the table. There was a plate, half covered with a thin layer of frost, and a fork resting on the side. Next to it sat a cracked pitcher, leaning slightly to one side. A few chips had fallen off the edges, leaving sharp shards on the wooden surface. A single cup remained near the pitcher, its rim darkened by some residue. When I touched the cup, my fingertips slid against a thin film of ice. I jerked my hand back, feeling my chest tighten with unease. I scanned the area again. To my left, a small red Santa hat dangled from a branch, the fabric stiff and crusted with snow. Nearby, I noticed a folded napkin with a holiday pattern, The bright reds and greens now faded. It looked frozen solid, corners sticking up like thin sheets of ice. My body tensed. It felt like I had walked into the aftermath of a holiday gathering that ended in a hurry. But the footprints were gone, and no sign of recent activity remained. The wind rustled the branches overhead, but nothing else moved. I decided to check the surroundings more thoroughly. My breath came in short bursts, and my ribs felt tight. I scanned the ground, expecting to see footprints or some sign of a struggle, but the snow's surface looked smooth. The layer of fresh powder suggested nobody had passed through recently. That made the scene even stranger. Why would someone set up a picnic table with holiday items out here and then vanish? I gently lifted the Santa hat from its branch, feeling the stiff fibers brush against my gloves. It weighed next to nothing. The inside lining was damp, and a few patches of fabric were frayed. No label or name. I set it back, forcing myself to stay calm. My mind raced with possible explanations. Maybe a group had come here to celebrate the season, then left in a hurry because of bad weather. But the number of items left behind made that idea feel weak. Everything seemed staged, as if people had intended to stay longer. My footsteps crunched softly around the perimeter of the table. In front of it, there was a small open space that dropped off into a viewpoint. Beyond, I saw the tops of distant trees, their branches white with snow. The horizon was gray, and heavy clouds threatened more snowfall. I recognized this as a scenic overlook, though it felt eerie now. My breath puffed out in nervous spurts. I kept glancing back at the table, half expecting to see figures returning. I decided to open my backpack and take a quick drink of water, hoping it would calm my nerves. The water was cold, stinging my throat. My fingers trembled as I put the bottle away. I inhaled deeply and tried to think about what to do next. My plan had been to hike further, but the sight of that abandoned winter picnic made me hesitate. It felt as though the place was sending a warning. I walked around the table again, shining a small flashlight to see if I missed anything. The ground was undisturbed except for a few lumps of snow. Under the bench, I found what looked like a holiday-themed paper plate, half crumpled and fused to the ice below. I crouched to pick it up, but it was stuck fast. My chest felt tight as I imagined people eating, laughing, then vanishing without a trace. A burst of wind made the branches above sway, sending a few flakes onto my hood. I tensed, heart racing. My eyes wandered to the cracked pitcher. I leaned in to examine it. A thin line extended from the top to the base, as if it had been dropped or exposed to sudden cold. I tapped it lightly with a gloved finger. The crack felt deep, and the pitcher wobbled. Inside, some frozen residue formed a cloudy, uneven layer. It might have been water or juice, but now it was just ice. I let out a slow breath, uneasy about touching anything else. The entire setting felt like a snapshot in time, left to freeze under the snow. My pulse pounded when I looked at the opposite bench. There was a shallow bowl with a spoon sticking out, the spoon's handle tilted toward the sky. Ice crystals surrounded the spoon, holding it in place. I inched closer, shining the flashlight over the bowl. The inside was mostly dark, but a faint reflection of ice glinted. I couldn't imagine what had been in that bowl. Soup, or perhaps something else. My stomach twisted. This was no casual leftover. It looked like an event was in progress, and then everything stopped. I walked to the edge of the clearing, checking the tree line. No movement, no footprints. I listened for birds or animals, but the forest was still. My neck muscles felt stiff, and I rubbed them to release some tension. My heart rate refused to slow. I circled the clearing once more, looking for any path leading away. The only way out seemed to be the trail I had come from. That meant nobody had come or gone recently, at least not through the main route. I checked my watch. The day was wearing on, and I didn't want to be stuck out there after dark. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that I should investigate more. Part of me wanted to run back to the safety of a well-traveled road. Another part told me to examine each item to see if there was some clue about who had been here. I felt torn, my heartbeat drumming in my ears. I took a few photos with my phone, documenting the table, the pitcher, the Santa hat, and the bowl. The device beeped, indicating a low battery. The cold had drained it faster than normal. I tucked it away, cursing my luck. Now I had limited chances to call for help if something went wrong. My mind jumped to worst-case scenarios, but I forced myself to stay present. I was alone in a deserted clearing with an abandoned winter picnic. That was enough to handle. My body felt tense. I decided to check under the table more thoroughly. I crouched down, shining the flashlight. Nothing but hardened snow, a few dead leaves, and the underside of the table's boards. One board looked warped, as if water had seeped into it repeatedly. I tapped it, and it gave a dull thump. Then I stood up, scanning the area once more for any sign of personal belongings like jackets or bags. Nothing. My nerves felt frayed. The emptiness of the place pressed on me. I could almost feel the hush in my bones. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the people who set this up had an emergency and left quickly. But why no footprints? Why no attempt to clean up? Snow could have covered tracks, but the items looked so perfectly arranged, like they'd been waiting for someone's return. A gust of wind rattled the branches again, and a cluster of loose snow slid off a branch, landing near the table. My body jolted. My breath grew shallow. I stepped back, half expecting the picnic to vanish before my eyes. But it stayed, unchanged and silent. The tension in my shoulders crept up to my neck. My legs felt a bit shaky. I realized I couldn't stay there forever, but leaving without answers felt wrong. I took another few steps around the perimeter, carefully pushing aside low branches. I found a small patch of disturbed snow near a tree trunk, as though someone might have leaned against it. But the footprints had melted away. I pressed my glove into the indentation, feeling the uneven ground beneath. It didn't tell me much. Still, it was something. Proof that a person might have stood here, watching the table or looking out at the view. I returned to the center of the clearing, standing by the table. I looked at each object again, the old dishes, the jar, the holiday napkin. They hinted at a cheerful gathering that never ended properly. No sign of struggle, no sign of wildlife scattering the items, just this frozen snapshot. A wave of unease washed over me, and I found my mouth going dry. My body kept sending me signals that I should leave. I swallowed hard, making a decision. I reached for the Santa hat again, feeling an odd compulsion to keep it. My instincts protested, but I slid it off the branch. The fabric felt stiff and cold in my hand. I folded it and placed it carefully in a side pocket of my backpack. It felt like a strange souvenir of a place that defied explanation. My heart pounded faster, as if I'd crossed some line by taking it. I made one last sweep of the clearing. The dread that had been simmering in my stomach grew heavier. The sun was starting to sink, casting long shadows through the trees. Staying any longer could trap me in darkness. I swung my pack over my shoulder and stepped back onto the narrow trail. Each step away from the picnic table felt like a small relief, but also a lingering regret. I kept glancing over my shoulder until the clearing was out of sight, replaced by the dense trunks of pine and fir trees. As I walked, the tension in my chest eased slightly, but my nerves stayed on high alert. My hands felt clammy inside my gloves. The silence persisted, broken only by the soft crunch of my boots on the snow. I tried to move quickly, aware that the temperature was dropping. My limbs felt stiff, and sweat formed under my jacket despite the cold. Each time I stopped to catch my breath, I listened for any sign of life, an echo of voices, the shuffle of feet behind me. But I heard nothing. After a while, I reached a fork in the trail that led me to a more familiar route. The ground was more packed down here, with faint footprints from other hikers. Relief flooded me. Seeing these tracks made me feel less isolated. My breathing steadied, and my pace quickened. Soon, I saw the outline of a wooden sign marking the entrance to the main trailhead. My car was parked not far from there. The tension in my body slowly unraveled as I got closer. I unlocked my car with shaky hands, grateful for the sense of safety the vehicle offered. My reflection in the window revealed wide eyes, cheeks flushed with cold, and a tightness in my expression. I climbed in, slammed the door, and turned on the engine. The heater blasted out freezing air at first, then began to warm. My chest still felt tight, but I could breathe easier, knowing I had left that strange place behind. Before pulling out of the parking area, I glanced at the Santa hat I'd stuffed into my backpack pocket. I pulled it out. Its shape had stiffened further, the edges almost frozen solid. I set it on the passenger seat, not sure what to do with it. The idea of keeping it around felt unsettling, but throwing it away seemed wrong too. I just stared at it, replaying the scene of that deserted winter picnic in my mind. The memory pressed on me like a weight. Eventually, I shifted into gear and drove off, leaving the forest behind. The road wound through a valley, and the sun dipped below the ridge, turning the sky a dark gray. My thoughts stayed fixed on the silent table, the cracked pitcher, and the holiday items left behind. I kept seeing the empty bowl and the frozen napkin. My grip on the wheel tightened each time those images surfaced. By the time I reached a more populated area, my nerves had settled a bit, but the memory of that spot lingered like a chill under my skin. Now, even days later, I can't shake the unease. I find myself thinking about that picnic table and the idea that someone might return for it someday, only to find more snow piled on top. Maybe they won't return at all. That possibility gnaws at me. All I know is that I won't soon forget the hollow feeling of standing in that clearing, surrounded by a holiday that was never finished, overshadowed by a quiet I can't explain. And the Santa hat sits folded in my closet, reminding me that some mysteries in the woods are best left undisturbed. Flickering headlights guided me onto an empty stretch of road that evening. I had been driving for hours, trying to get away from the main highways, hoping for a short detour. The sky was dark, and the pavement looked slick from an earlier drizzle. I saw no other cars behind me or in front of me. The road felt endless. That's when I noticed a single building at the intersection ahead, an old roadhouse with boarded windows and a faded sign creaking in the wind. My heartbeat quickened. I felt drawn to it, not out of eagerness, but out of a strange curiosity. I slowed my car to a crawl, checking for any sign of life. The roadhouse stood on a small patch of cracked asphalt, surrounded by weedy patches of grass poking through broken concrete. The wooden boards on the windows were nailed haphazardly, some missing corners. A faint glow of my headlights fell across the front, revealing an awning that might have once been bright red or green. Now it was just a pale and tattered sheet of fabric. I parked a few yards from the entrance, leaving the engine idling for a moment. My pulse was steady but tense, the kind of tension that creeps up when you know no one else is around. I turned off the ignition and stepped out. Cold air struck my face. My breath came in short bursts, forming small clouds in front of me. I zipped up my jacket and walked closer to the roadhouse door. The sign above had letters so faded I could only guess what they used to say. My eyes were drawn to small holiday decorations taped around the edges of the awning. Bits of garland with flaking glitter, an old plastic bell that had lost its shine, and strips of yellowed tape barely holding these items in place. I felt a strange ache in my chest. Someone had once tried to decorate this place for Christmas, but everything looked stuck in a permanent state of abandonment. I glanced at the door handle, which was covered in rust. A chain had been looped through it, secured by a padlock that looked ancient. I tugged lightly, expecting it to be tight, and it was. Through a gap in one of the boarded windows, I glimpsed something on the floor, a tipped-over artificial tree. Its branches looked thin and lifeless. A small string of unlit lights hung off the branches, twisted around what might have been ornaments. My stomach knotted. The roadhouse felt like it had closed in the middle of an unfinished celebration. I stepped around to the side, shining a small flashlight I had in my pocket. I spotted a few dusty beer signs attached to the walls, their colors washed out. One corner of the building had a pile of debris, splintered wood, shattered glass, and torn seat cushions. I guessed someone might have tried to salvage parts of the interior, or maybe vandals had done their work. When I pressed my ear to a gap in the boards, I heard only the whistle of wind moving through an empty room. My breath felt shallow. My heart thumped louder than I expected in that silence. I walked back toward the front, scanning for any open window or loose board. The place seemed sealed, but not well. I tried another boarded section, pushing lightly to see if I could peer inside. The nails held, but I found a narrow gap. Through it, I saw a dim outline of a long counter. Rows of upside-down bar stools were perched on top, covered in layers of dust. A mirrored wall behind the counter reflected faint shapes. My flashlight beam caught fragments of color. A few tinsel streamers hung from the ceiling, drooping like wet laundry. I grimaced, thinking about how lively a roadhouse can be when people gather, especially around the holidays. Now, everything looked frozen in time, waiting for a party that never happened. A sharp gust of wind rattled the loose boards. I flinched, stepping back onto the patch of asphalt. My eyes darted around, expecting movement or the glow of another car, but the crossroads was empty. No headlights approached, and the only illumination came from my flashlight and a weak moon behind the clouds. I felt alone in a place that once thrived on travelers and truckers stopping for a quick meal or a holiday drink. I noticed the signpost near the curb. The paint had peeled off, revealing rotted wood beneath. A faint outline of lettering read something like "Special," followed by numbers I couldn't decipher. The top half of the signpost had snapped, leaving jagged splinters. More scraps of holiday decorations clung to it, bits of red ribbon, a small plastic candy cane turned yellow. I took a step closer, squinting at a piece of paper stapled to the post. It was just a fragment of a long-gone flyer, edges curled and text worn away. My breath fogged over it. Useless. I let the paper flap in the wind. My arms felt tight, and I shoved my free hand into my pocket to warm it. The temperature seemed to drop with each minute. I contemplated returning to my car, but my curiosity pulled me around the back of the building. The gravel crunched under my boots. A single light fixture hung overhead, missing its bulb. The back door was in similar shape to the front, a heavy lock, chipped paint, boards covering the window. I tried to peek through a crack. The darkness inside was absolute. I imagined cold bar stools, empty tables, stale holiday tunes that never got played. My chest felt heavy. A row of dumpsters lined the rear edge of the lot. They were rusted, lids ajar, most likely empty. I caught a faint whiff of something spoiled, but it seemed old, not fresh. As I approached, a rat scurried from under one, disappearing into the darkness. I nearly dropped the flashlight, my nerves jolting. My stomach clenched. I wasn't afraid of rats, but in that tense moment, any sudden movement set me on edge. I decided I had seen enough. There was no sign of life here. The place was deserted. On my way back to the front, I paused again at the boarded windows. I shone my light through each gap, searching for more details. On the far side of the interior, I thought I saw a small stage or raised area with a makeshift Christmas banner. The letters were crooked and incomplete. Maybe it once said, "Merry Christmas," but now only a few letters remained, dangling. Confetti might have been sprinkled on the floor, or it might have just been shattered glass. I couldn't tell from that distance. I felt my jaw clench. The pressure in my head mounted. This roadhouse must have seen countless travelers. I pictured them sitting at the bar sharing stories, especially during the holidays. Then, one season, it closed, leaving behind half-finished decorations and taped-up garlands. I let the thought drift, reminding myself to stay focused on the present facts. A deserted building, old holiday remnants, nothing more to find. I took a few steps back, shining my light along the awning. The Christmas ornaments taped there were cheap plastic. I noticed a small Santa face, its beard chipped off, revealing faded red plastic. Next to it, there was a misshapen wreath, flattened against the awning's frame by strands of brittle tape. The wind made it sway, creating a light tapping sound against the metal. My shoulders felt tense. The scene gave me the impression of a forced holiday spirit that never took root. I returned to my car, glancing at the crossroads once more. The intersection was wide and empty, no streetlights except a battered pole on the opposite corner, flickering weakly. Broken reflectors lined the edges of the road. I opened my car door, letting the interior light spill out. It felt too bright, almost jarring after the gloom outside. I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors out of habit. My chest still felt tight, and my pulse thumped in my ears. I started the engine, letting the heater blow warm air onto my cold fingers. My headlights illuminated the facade of the roadhouse again. In that glare, the taped decorations and boarded windows looked even more pitiful. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling. It was just an old building, a relic of better times. Nobody was inside. No reason for me to linger. I pulled away slowly, turning onto the highway. My tires crunched over loose gravel, then caught the asphalt. The roadhouse disappeared from my side mirror quickly, swallowed by darkness. I felt a wave of relief as I picked up speed. The next sign indicated a town was several miles ahead, and I decided that would be my destination for the night. But my heart stayed heavy, and my nerves remained on edge. During the drive, I kept seeing flashes of that fallen artificial tree inside the roadhouse. I pictured lights that never turned on, a star at the top that nobody placed. My mind replayed the image of plastic garlands taped to an awning, battered by wind and weather, waiting for people who never showed. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel, telling myself to focus on the road. Yet, the quiet gloom of that place followed me. I realized how vulnerable I felt out there, alone at night on a near-empty highway. The roadhouse had once offered shelter and warmth, maybe a sense of community for travelers. Now, it stood as a useless shell, with only brittle holiday ornaments to mark the season. A few years back, it could have been packed with truckers at Christmas time, sharing a meal and joking around. That thought stirred a pang of sadness in me, though I tried to push it away. I kept my eyes on the broken white lines in the center of the road. The darkness pressed in on both sides. The radio was off. I wanted to stay alert. My mind flicked back to the roadhouse. I wondered if anyone else ever stopped there, out of the same curiosity. Maybe once in a while, a traveler pulled over to check if it was open, only to find the door locked and the windows boarded. Those decorations would just keep fading, the tape turning more yellow, the plastic ornaments cracking, until one day, everything fell apart completely. Finally, the faint glow of a distant gas station came into view. My shoulders eased a bit, and I exhaled a breath I'd been holding. The tension in my head lessened. I signaled to pull in, my headlights sweeping across the pumps. I parked, stepped out, and stretched my limbs. Cold air hit me again, but at least here I saw a few signs of life. Another car was parked, a truck driver filling up. The overhead lights buzzed softly. I nodded at the driver, then went inside the small convenience store to warm up and grab some water. Standing near a coffee machine, I felt the strangeness of the roadhouse slip to the back of my mind. But it didn't vanish completely. I sipped the hot coffee, my hands trembling a bit from the leftover adrenaline. The store clerk looked half asleep. I paid for the coffee and a snack, then returned to my car. The memory of the boarded windows and the fallen Christmas tree nagged at me. I continued my trip, leaving the gas station behind. The road stretched on, but I knew I was closer to a populated area. The tension in my chest remained, though less intense than before. Whenever I blinked, I imagined the roadhouse in total darkness, the taped ornaments fluttering in the wind, the artificial tree lying on the floor behind those nailed boards. No music, no laughter, no visitors, just the hush of an empty intersection. I don't plan to go back there anytime soon. That single experience was enough to leave me uneasy. The sight of that broken, half-decorated roadhouse lingers in my mind, a reminder that some places can stand as monuments to lost moments. The road still stretches in front of me, and I have miles to go. But now I drive with an extra awareness of how quickly a lively spot can turn silent and cold. I saw it firsthand, a holiday that never happened, sealed behind rotted boards, waiting for travelers who have moved on to other roads. And I'm one of them, carrying the memory of that place, along with the chill that crawled under my skin the moment I set eyes on those faded decorations. Nightfall caught me by surprise when I first noticed the closed gates of the park. I had been wandering through an empty neighborhood, expecting to find a shortcut. Instead, I ended up at a tall iron fence with chains wrapped around the entrance. The sign overhead said the park was no longer open to the public. I hesitated, one hand on the cold metal, feeling the chill through my gloves. I could have turned around, but something about the quiet atmosphere pulled me in. I glanced around to make sure nobody was watching, then ducked beneath a gap where the fence had lifted from the ground. Inside, the path was overgrown with weeds. The lampposts along the walkway were dead. I switched on a small flashlight that I kept in my coat pocket. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating broken pavement and old park benches. My breath fogged the air. I could hear the rasp of my own steps on the cracked concrete. Apart from that, there was nothing. No wind, no animals, no voices. I felt uneasy, but I pushed forward. Something about the silence made my stomach clench. My shoulders felt tight, and my palms grew damp inside my gloves. I made my way past a boarded-up restroom building. A broken water fountain lay on its side, half buried in dead leaves. I shone my flashlight around the corner, revealing a small playground. The swing sets were rusted, the slides covered in patches of grime. Everything looked forgotten. I wondered how many years had passed since anyone used this place for normal activities. The path curved, so I followed it, stepping around puddles that reflected the faint glow of my flashlight. After a few more minutes of walking, I heard a faint crunch underfoot. I stopped and aimed the flashlight downward. I had stepped on a plastic decoration, an old Christmas ornament shaped like a star. The paint had flaked off, leaving patches of dull color. I crouched to pick it up. It felt brittle in my hand. My heart thumped a bit harder. It struck me as odd to find a leftover holiday item in a shuttered park. I set it aside on a nearby bench and kept walking. Soon, I spotted rows of wooden seats in a semicircle. They were lined up in front of a small stage area. My flashlight revealed an amphitheater, open to the sky but surrounded by tall metal fencing on all sides. A few worn signs hung on the fence posts, warning intruders to keep out, but the gate to this section was partially open. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped through cautiously, shining the beam left and right. The amphitheater seats looked neglected. Many were splintered, and some had fallen onto the ground. Weeds poked up between the wooden slats. Snow dusted the edges, forming small clumps that glowed under the flashlight. The stage area was raised, made of concrete. A set of stairs on each side led up to a platform. On that platform, I saw something that gave me pause. Bright red fabric, drooping from a makeshift curtain rod. The color looked out of place in the pale moonlight and the surrounding darkness. I approached slowly, my boots crunching over loose gravel. My heartbeat sped up. I realized these were holiday decorations, even though the season might have been long past. I saw paper stars dangling from thin strings attached to a horizontal bar above the stage. The red curtain was frayed at the edges, as if it had been left outside too long. A few wooden chairs stood in a row, each coated with a layer of snow. They were simple, with straight backs and no cushions. The seats looked cold and uninviting, like no one had used them for a long time. I climbed the short stairs, shining my flashlight across the stage. My breath came faster. The stillness felt heavy. I imagined people once gathered here for a recital or a holiday show. Now, only broken seats and dusty decorations remained. I walked to the center of the stage, noticing footprints in the thin layer of snow. They looked old, maybe from someone who had tried to remove items or check on the property. My pulse thudded in my ears. I glanced around for any sign of movement. Nothing. The red curtain hung limp. I reached out with one gloved hand to touch it. The fabric felt stiff, coated with ice crystals. A slight tug caused a small tear. A piece of thread dangled. My flashlight revealed more details. Patches of discoloration and dark spots of mold. The tension in my stomach grew. I thought about how these decorations must have been meant for a cheerful event, yet they ended up forgotten in a locked park. I shivered, though I wasn't sure if it was from the cold or from a deeper unease. I turned to the chairs. There were 5 of them, evenly spaced across the stage. Each had a dusting of snow on the seat and backrest. I aimed my flashlight at one chair, then another, feeling an irrational urge to knock the snow away. Instead, I just stared. A swirl of wind kicked up, sending a light dusting of snow into the air. I braced myself, blinking to keep the flakes out of my eyes. The wind rustled the paper stars hanging overhead, causing them to sway and rustle. My chest felt tight. I could almost imagine a choir or a small group of performers standing here, waiting for an audience. Now there was no one to applaud. I stepped to the edge of the stage, where a small control box might have been used for lights or sound. It was open and empty. Wires dangled from inside, some cut, others twisted. My flashlight battery flickered, reminding me that I was running out of time. The darkness around me felt thicker each passing minute. I backed up and aimed the flashlight at the seats in front of the stage. They sloped downward in rows. I counted about 10 rows, each one more damaged than the last. The front row had 3 seats overturned, leaving empty spaces. Broken wood and scattered nails lay on the ground. The second row looked more intact, but I saw cracks in the boards. Farther back, the seats were so rotted I couldn't tell how many might still be usable. The surrounding fence loomed behind them, creating a cage-like atmosphere. I circled behind the stage, shining my light on the structure. It was built of concrete blocks, many with chipped corners. The back section had a small door, partially ajar. I nudged it open, revealing a storage area. Inside, I smelled damp air and something rotten. I pulled my scarf over my nose and took a few steps in. It was too dark to see much, and I felt the floor squish beneath my boots. My stomach twisted with revulsion. I backed out quickly, deciding I'd rather not explore that corner. I returned to the stage, scanning the area one more time. The paper stars kept swaying overhead, creating a soft rustling. I could hear my own breathing echo off the amphitheater walls. My flashlight dimmed again, warning me that I couldn't stay much longer. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck, a sensation of being watched. But I knew the park was empty. I forced myself to keep calm, even though my heart pounded. Before leaving, I crouched and touched the snow on one of the chairs. It felt grainy and cold against my glove. When I stood, I noticed a small piece of cloth on the ground, partially hidden by snow. I picked it up, a scrap from the same red curtain maybe. It was damp and ripped. I tucked it into my pocket without fully understanding why. My mind raced. I told myself it might serve as a reminder of this place, though I wasn't sure I wanted that reminder. I made my way down the stairs and back into the rows of seats, shining my flashlight to avoid tripping on loose boards. The amphitheater felt bigger from the bottom. I paused to look up at the stage. The chairs stood like silent figures in a scene that never concluded. The curtain and the paper stars gave the impression of a celebration cut short. My mouth felt dry. I swallowed, trying to steady my nerves. I headed for the exit gate that hung halfway off its hinges. My footsteps echoed on the concrete. The gate squeaked when I pushed it open. Once I was through, I glanced over my shoulder at the amphitheater. The wind had picked up, blowing through the open space. The paper stars danced in the gust, and one of them tore free, fluttering off into the darkness. My chest clenched, and I turned away, continuing along the path. Walking back through the park, I felt the tension in my shoulders ease slightly. But my mind stayed stuck on that stage. I imagined what it might have been like before the park closed. Families on the benches, children singing carols, maybe a band playing holiday tunes. The reality was stark. Only rotting wood, broken seats, and leftover decorations remained. My pace quickened, as if the park might swallow me if I stayed any longer. I retraced my steps past the boarded-up restroom and the dead water fountain, keeping my flashlight aimed at the cracked pavement. The iron fence soon came into view. I crouched at the same gap I had squeezed through earlier. My jacket caught on a jagged piece of metal, and I had to wiggle free. My heart pounded harder, and I exhaled in relief once I was out on the sidewalk again. I glanced around the empty street. The street lamps flickered, but there was no one else in sight. I walked toward a distant intersection where I had left my car. Snow started to fall, light at first, then heavier. I pulled my hood tight. My boots slapped against the wet sidewalk. My mind remained on the amphitheater, replaying the sight of those red curtains and the chairs under a layer of snow. I rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the image. It felt etched into my thoughts. When I finally reached my car, I leaned against the door, catching my breath. I looked over the fence line in the direction of the park, but the view was mostly blocked by trees and shadows. I got inside the car, started the engine, and cranked the heater. My fingers tingled from the sudden warmth. My gaze fell on the scrap of red cloth in my pocket. I pulled it out, feeling the dampness. It reminded me that everything I'd seen was real, not a trick of my imagination. I drove away, the wipers brushing fresh snow off the windshield. Streetlights glowed faintly, reflecting on wet asphalt. My shoulders still felt tense, and my heartbeat took a while to settle back to a normal rhythm. Each time I stopped at a traffic light, I found myself drifting back to the amphitheater. The memory of those decorations, waiting for a performance that never happened, tugged at me. I clenched the steering wheel tighter. Eventually I reached the brighter part of town, where stores and houses were lit. Life returned to normal around me. Cars passed by, people moved on sidewalks, and the hum of city noise filled the air. But part of my mind stayed with that lonely park. I could almost hear the faint rustle of paper stars and the crackle of old curtains in the breeze. I wanted to forget it, but I knew it would linger. I still keep the scrap of red fabric in a drawer, tucked away. Sometimes I consider throwing it out, but I never do. It's a small piece of that deserted amphitheater, a reminder that even places meant for celebration can end up silent and neglected. Whenever I think about it, I recall the stillness of those chairs under the snow and the uneasy feeling that hung in the air. It reminds me how easily a stage built for music can turn into a hollow shell when everyone disappears and the gates lock behind them. And that's how I remember the closed park with its forgotten amphitheater, a stage with no final applause, surrounded by the heavy hush of a night that never ended. Busted tracks disappeared into the dark tunnel when I first set eyes on the abandoned mining site. I had been hiking through a narrow valley, hoping to explore the remnants of old industry. My map showed a disused railway leading to a tunnel entrance, so I followed a faint path that cut through a rocky slope. The air felt cold against my cheeks, and every step on loose gravel made me wary of a sudden slip. I stopped near the mouth of the tunnel, shining my flashlight on crooked rails that ran into the blackness. I scanned the area with my light, searching for anything that might hint at recent activity. No footprints, no vehicle tracks, only thick dust and fallen rocks. My breath fogged up in the cool air. The tunnel entrance loomed ahead, taller than I expected, with an old wooden frame supporting crumbling stone above. The boards looked warped by years of weather, and I worried they could collapse if I made too much noise. I sucked in a steadying breath, then stepped inside, letting my light play over the walls. The smell hit me first, an earthy dampness, mixed with a hint of rust and something stale. My pulse rose a notch. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on gravel and the occasional drip of water echoing deeper in the tunnel. I directed the flashlight onto the rails. They had rusted to a dull brown color. A few wooden railroad ties had rotted or broken, leaving gaps along the track. About 30 feet in, I caught sight of a small mining cart sitting on the rails. It looked out of place in the silent corridor. I moved closer, each step feeling too loud. The cart was made of metal, battered and pocked with rust holes. A length of chain dangled from one side, scraping against the iron wheel assembly. My flashlight beam revealed something on the front of the cart. At first, I thought it was just a bundle of dried branches, but as I got nearer, I realized it was a holiday wreath. It hung by a piece of wire, lopsided and wilted, with brown leaves and brittle pine needles. A faded red ribbon drooped off the top, so worn it looked almost pink. I felt a cold ripple in my gut. A wreath in a place like this didn't make sense. My heart thudded. I reached out and touched one of the dead sprigs. The surface felt dry, almost crumbly. The wire that held it to the cart had rust spots, suggesting it had been there a long time. I glanced around, shining the flashlight on the walls of the tunnel, half expecting to see more decorations or evidence of someone's presence. I found nothing, only damp stone walls and piles of rubble. The tension in my shoulders grew. I wondered who would fasten a holiday wreath to an old mining cart. Maybe a worker had done it many years ago, or someone exploring had wanted to leave a sign behind. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. The presence of something festive in such a desolate place made me uneasy. I checked behind the cart, noticing the track stretching deeper into the tunnel. The darkness swallowed my flashlight beam after a short distance, hinting at a long, twisting passage. I took a moment to steady my breathing. My flashlight flickered slightly, reminding me I didn't have infinite battery life. I decided to look inside the cart. Stepping around to the side, I shined the beam into its interior. It contained a bit of debris, small rocks, clumps of dirt, and a few scraps of rotted wood. No tools, no personal items. My breath echoed in the enclosed space, and I realized how silent everything was. No breeze, no voices, just my heart pounding in my ears. I ran a gloved finger along the edge of the cart. The rust flaked off under my touch. My chest felt tight. I told myself there was nothing dangerous about an old mining cart, but my pulse wouldn't settle. Something about that wreath unsettled me. I turned the flashlight toward the floor of the tunnel. The ground was uneven, with puddles of water that shimmered under the beam. I tried to see if there were any footprints, but the floor was mostly rock and loose gravel. I stepped past the cart, aiming my light further in. The rails continued at a slight slope. Condensation dripped from the ceiling in places, creating a constant tap-tap noise. My nerves spiked, and I pressed my lips together, listening carefully for any other sounds. The tapping and my own footsteps were the only signs of life. Despite my curiosity, I didn't feel safe. The deeper I stared into that tunnel, the more I felt a pull to leave. Yet the wreath compelled me to understand how it got there. I took a few more steps, scanning the walls for any sign of old markings or graffiti. I spotted faint letters near shoulder height, maybe scrawled with paint or chalk ages ago. It looked like a date, but most of it had faded beyond recognition. Water dribbled down the wall, carrying rust stains from overhead beams. I swung my flashlight around, feeling a prickling on my neck, like I was being watched. I saw nothing except dripping stone and rotting timbers. The atmosphere weighed on me. My legs felt stiff, and my hands trembled just a bit. I considered pushing deeper, but a sense of dread coiled in my stomach. The place felt abandoned, yet somehow alive in its silence. I inched back toward the cart. The wreath rattled against the metal when I brushed past it. I nearly jumped, my heart lurching at the noise. I paused, exhaling in a rush. My breath caught in my throat, and I forced myself to calm down. I decided I had enough. There was no reason to continue deeper into the tunnel alone. My flashlight flickered again, and I worried about being plunged into darkness. I gave the cart one last look, my eyes settling on the dead wreath. The ribbon still hung there, sagging in the gloom. My mind spun scenarios of how and why it ended up here, but none made sense. The tension in my chest only tightened. I took a step away, then another, until I reached the entrance of the tunnel. Stepping outside felt like stepping into a new world. Fresh air hit my face, and the faint light of late afternoon softened my racing pulse. I turned back once, aiming the flashlight into the mouth of the tunnel. The rusted rails vanished into blackness. I could still see a corner of the cart. The wreath was just a dark blur from that distance. A chill swept through me, and I shuddered. I switched off my flashlight to save battery. The tunnel entrance looked silent and uninviting, a gaping hole in the rock. I moved away from the opening, picking my path over loose stones and returning to the main valley floor. The gray sky overhead made the area look colder than it was. My breath came easier now that I was in the open. I let my thoughts settle, trying to piece together a logical explanation for the wreath. Perhaps a group of explorers used the tunnel around Christmas time, leaving it as a quirky marker. Or maybe a bored miner back in the day had tried to bring a bit of holiday spirit underground. Either way, it had stayed there, undisturbed, for who knows how long. I followed the old rail line outside the tunnel a short distance, noticing sections where the track had buckled or vanished under rock slides. Small shrubs sprouted between the rails. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting someone, or something, to step out of the tunnel. Of course, nothing did. The wind picked up, rustling dry brush and stirring dust around my boots. My shoulders remained tense, and I found myself wishing I had brought a friend along. A short walk led me to a collapsed structure, maybe an old loading area or storage shed. The roof had caved in, and shards of rusted metal poked through rotted planks. I picked my way around it, seeing no signs of fresh footprints or recent disturbance. The entire site felt like it had been deserted for decades. I wondered if the local town even remembered this place existed. My heart pounded a little less now, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling from the tunnel. I decided I'd had enough exploration for one day. The sky threatened more rain, or maybe sleet, and I didn't want to be caught out here if the weather turned. I traced my route back to where I'd parked earlier near a dirt road. Each step away from the mining track felt like shedding a layer of anxiety, but the memory of that wreath clung to me. My mind kept replaying the moment I realized what it was, a Christmas decoration in the last place I'd expect. Reaching my car, I exhaled and rubbed my arms. The warmth inside the vehicle comforted me once I started the engine. I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing only a dusty trail and the edge of rocky hills behind me. I drove off, leaving the abandoned site behind. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, though the tension faded with each mile I put between me and the tunnel. The lonely feeling of that wreath lingered in my thoughts. That night, I couldn't stop picturing the rusted mining cart. I lay awake, recalling the shape of the dried greenery and the sagging ribbon. Sometimes I imagined the cart shifting on its own, squeaking along those rails deeper into the mine. Other times, I thought of how bleak it must have been for anyone working there around the holidays. Over and over, I pictured the wreath in the darkness, a small trace of human warmth in a place otherwise consumed by silence. I haven't been back since. The memory still unsettles me, that clash of a festive symbol against a backdrop of damp rock and rusted metal. Whenever I think about returning, I remember the heaviness in my chest and the flicker of my flashlight. Maybe I'll return with better gear, or maybe I'll leave it alone, letting the wreath hang there in the dark until it disintegrates. Either way, I won't forget stepping into that tunnel and finding a holiday decoration waiting in the gloom. It reminded me that traces of people's lives and hopes can linger in the most unexpected places, even after the world moves on and leaves them behind. Wind swept across the snowy clearing the moment I stepped out of the tree line. I'd been following an overgrown trail for almost 2 hours, trying to reach a small cottage marked on an old map. The outline of a tiny house appeared between the pines. My breath caught as I realized how deserted it looked. No smoke rose from the chimney, and the windows appeared dark. I felt an instant chill that had nothing to do with the weather. My boots sank into fresh snow, the crunch echoing in the empty space around me. I walked forward carefully, scanning the area for signs of life. The cottage stood in the middle of the clearing, its walls made of old timber. The roof sloped on one side, weighed down by snow. No footprints surrounded the place. The wind had erased any tracks if there ever were any. My chest tightened. I checked the door to see if it was locked. The door felt solid, but when I tested the handle, it gave a little. It wasn't locked at all. I paused, gripping the worn handle with my gloved hand. I glanced around, hoping to see someone or hear a voice. Nothing. The only sound was my own breathing and the faint whistling of wind through the nearby pine trees. My heart thumped in my chest. I pushed the door gently and it creaked open, revealing a dim interior. I turned on my small flashlight, shining it into a one-room living space. The floor was bare wood, covered in places by old rugs, and a small table stood near a window. A cold hearth was built against one wall, with logs that looked half-burned, as if someone had left in a hurry. I stepped inside, keeping quiet. My flashlight revealed a few dishes on the table, a chipped mug, and a bowl. Dust speckled the beam of light. The cottage smelled stale, like nobody had aired it out in a long time. I took a few steps, feeling the floor creak under my boots. My muscles tensed. I called out once, a soft, "Hello?" just to see if anyone would answer. Silence swallowed my voice. The tension in my chest grew. I scanned the walls for clues. A calendar caught my eye. It hung crookedly near the hearth, a traditional Advent calendar with small doors for each day of December. I moved closer and shined my light on it. The last open door read, December 20th. The remaining days, 21, 22, 23, and 24, were still sealed. My pulse quickened. Someone had been counting down to Christmas, but stopped 5 days short. My stomach twisted at the thought of a person suddenly leaving. The incomplete Advent squares stared back at me. I forced myself to check the rest of the cottage. There was a single bed in the corner, sheets rumpled and covered with a thin layer of dust. A chest stood at the foot of the bed. I knelt and lifted the lid, finding only a few blankets inside. No personal items, no letters or photos. I tried to keep my breathing steady, but my mouth felt dry. The place had an odd feeling, like time had paused. The window near the table let in a little gray daylight. I turned off my flashlight to save battery. My eyes adjusted to the gloom. That's when I noticed a small jacket draped over a chair. It looked child-sized, with a patch of a reindeer sewn on the shoulder. The reindeer's nose was a bit frayed, as if it had been handled often. I stared at that jacket, my mind racing. Did a family live here? If so, why did they leave it behind? The quiet unsettled me even more. I went to the fireplace and touched the ashes. They felt cold, though not damp. My guess was that nobody had lit a fire here for several days or even weeks, but it was hard to be certain. I brushed off my glove, glancing at the half-burned logs. One log had a faded piece of tinsel stuck to it, as though someone had tried to decorate. I pulled it off gently, feeling a chill run up my back. A slight gust of wind rattled the window. I felt exposed, like the clearing outside might hold unseen watchers. I looked for any sign of recent food or supplies. The cupboards built into the wall were mostly empty. One shelf held a few cans, their labels curling. Another held a plastic container with some stale crackers. My stomach growled, but I doubted any of it was still good. The lack of fresh food told me no one had been here for a while. Still, the calendar with the incomplete Advent days gnawed at me. I found myself checking the floor for footprints or scuff marks. The wooden boards showed some scuffing near the bed, as if a trunk or heavy item had been dragged. But the track ended abruptly. I glanced around, feeling uneasy. My breath came in slow, shallow draws. My gaze drifted back to the coat on the chair. I stepped closer to examine it. The fabric felt stiff in the cold. I patted the pockets carefully, half expecting to find a note or some trinket. They were empty. My chest felt tight. A swirl of questions filled my head, but no answers appeared. I decided to step outside for a moment to see if I could spot anything around the clearing. The wind had calmed, making the snow-laden branches appear heavy and motionless. My exhaled breath hung in the air. I walked around the perimeter of the cottage, searching for footprints leading away. The snow was undisturbed, except for my own tracks. It was possible older footprints had been covered by recent snowfall. I circled back to the front. The loneliness of that clearing weighed on me, and a knot tightened in my stomach. I returned inside, wanting to examine the Advent calendar more closely. It was a simple paper calendar with small doors. The art showed a winter scene, a few reindeer, and a Santa figure. Days 1 through 20 had been opened. Tiny images behind each door showed random holiday symbols, candy canes, stars, maybe a snowman. The last open door depicted a bell. The doors for 21, 22, 23, and 24 were intact, their edges crisp. My fingertips brushed the edges of day 21. I paused. Opening it felt intrusive, like I'd be crossing a line. I clenched my teeth and pulled my hand back. I began to wonder if I should just leave and forget I ever found this place. But curiosity kept me there. I moved around the room again. A small wooden shelf stood next to the hearth. It held a few books covered in dust. I wiped a layer away from the top title, Holiday Stories for Children. The corners were worn, and inside was a small inscription. My flashlight revealed a faint scribble. To Ella, Christmas joy. No last name, no date. My heart felt a pang. Ella might have been the child who wore that jacket. I set the book back, my hand shaking. The air felt still, like the cottage was holding its breath, waiting for me to do something. My nerves prickled. I checked the door handle from the inside. It had no proper lock, just a simple latch. I lifted the latch, testing how secure it was. Not very. If I had to spend the night here, I'd feel vulnerable. But the sky was already growing darker. My plan had been to pass through the area and return to my car before sunset. Yet the cottage's mystery pulled at me. I decided to start a small fire for warmth. I gathered some wood from the pile near the hearth, choosing pieces that seemed driest. I arranged them with the half-burned logs. Then I looked for anything flammable, an old newspaper or scraps of paper. I hesitated when I remembered the Advent calendar. That was the only loose paper in sight, but I couldn't bring myself to tear off a page. Instead, I found a torn piece of a brown bag under the sink. I used that, plus some bark shavings, to coax a flame. The logs hissed, then ignited slowly, sending a dull glow around the room. Warmth spread through the cottage, and a faint crackle replaced the silence. My shoulders relaxed a fraction. I held my hands out to the flame, rotating them to thaw my fingers. The glow lit the Advent calendar on the wall, making the unopened days stand out even more. My mind churned with speculation. Had Ella and whoever lived here planned to open each day up to Christmas Eve, only to abandon the cottage abruptly? I walked over to the bed, sweeping off some dust with my glove, and sat down carefully. The mattress felt thin. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. Shadows flickered on the walls as the fire grew. I let out a slow breath, hoping the heat would loosen the knot in my stomach. My eyes flicked to the child's jacket again. I couldn't ignore the question. Where did they go? A sudden pop from the fire made me jump. I looked back at the hearth, my pulse racing. I told myself it was just the wood splitting. The tension in my body refused to fade completely. My legs felt restless. I stood up and moved to the door again, opening it a crack. Cold air rushed in, and I saw darkness settling across the clearing. A few clouds moved overhead, blotting out what remained of the evening light. The idea of trekking back through the woods in the dark made me uneasy. My flashlight battery wasn't fresh, and the path was long. I faced a decision: stay in the cottage overnight or try to push on. The incomplete advent calendar bugged me like a guilty secret. I swallowed, feeling my throat tighten. The place clearly belonged to someone else, but no one was there to claim it. I realized I might have to sleep here if I wanted to avoid stumbling through the forest in total darkness. I gathered more wood for the fire, piling a few extra logs near the hearth so it would last longer. The flames cast a soft light, revealing the corners of the room. The old rugs looked threadbare, and the table wobbled on uneven legs. I removed my backpack and set it down near the bed, rummaging for any extra food I had. A couple of protein bars and a bottle of water. Not a feast, but enough for one night. My stomach growled again, so I ate one bar quickly. The tension in my gut eased a bit, though not much. I found myself drifting toward the advent calendar one more time. The silent question weighed on me. Who left it incomplete and why? I knew I wouldn't get an answer that night. Still, the scene felt too unsettling to ignore. The fire crackled behind me, giving the small house a temporary comfort, but an undercurrent of dread lurked in every shadow. I decided to settle for the night. I took off my boots and laid my coat over the bed. The sheets felt cold, and I shivered at the thought of sleeping there, but it was better than the floor. Every sound, a gust of wind, the faint snap of burning wood, kept me on edge. My mind wandered to the child's jacket, to the book labeled Ella, and to the calendar with doors stuck on December 20th. I shut my eyes for a moment, but my thoughts raced. Eventually, exhaustion crept in. The day's hike had worn me out. I lay there, eyes half closed, listening to the fire's steady crackle. Each time I drifted near sleep, I jolted awake, imagining a figure standing in the doorway or a small voice asking why I was there. My heart hammered each time, and I had to remind myself I was alone. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the old timbers. The tension sat in my chest like a weight. I don't know how long I dozed off. When I finally opened my eyes again, the fire was low, casting only a faint glow. Shadows loomed in the corners, and the cold had returned. My breath came out in small puffs. I pulled myself up, adding another log, hoping to squeeze a bit more warmth from the embers. My gaze slid to the advent calendar, those last 4 unopened doors still visible in the gloom. Morning found me stiff and unrested. The fire was dead, and my body felt cold. Weak light streamed through the window, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. I rose slowly, wincing at the ache in my muscles. My first thought was to leave. I packed my things, checked that I hadn't disturbed anything permanently. Then I paused at the calendar. I felt a surge of guilt, like I was abandoning a story that never reached its final page. But I couldn't bring myself to open any more doors. It wasn't mine to complete. Before I left, I picked up the child's jacket, then set it back on the chair. I whispered a soft apology, unsure of who it was for. My breath caught in my throat, and I hurried to the door. Outside, the clearing looked bright under the morning sky. I trudged through the snow, my footprints the only ones in sight. As I reached the edge of the trees, I glanced back at the small cottage. Smoke should have risen from the chimney if someone lived there. Instead, it stood silent and cold, holding the secret of that unfinished Advent calendar. A lump formed in my chest, but I turned away, leaving it behind. I still don't know why they stopped at December 20th, but the memory of that lonely countdown remains stuck in my mind every time I think about Christmas, lost in a silent clearing. Flickering sunlight hit the side of the abandoned warehouse when I first pulled up. I parked my car in a nearby lot, filled with weeds, then stood there, scanning the building's broken windows and torn metal siding. The place was massive, with entire sections missing roof panels. A few sheets of corrugated metal clapped in the wind, making a dull, repetitive sound. The sign over the main entrance was gone, leaving rusted brackets. I felt a knot form in my stomach. This was the spot where I'd heard rumors of a strange, forgotten cargo elevator still stuck at ground level. I approached a row of dented loading docks. The overhead doors were either pried open or jammed shut. My heart pounded as I examined each loading bay, looking for an easy way in. The stink of mold and old oil drifted out from the gaps in the metal panels. A broken pallet jack lay on its side, wheels rusted solid. My pulse quickened. I stepped through a gaping hole where a garage door must have been ripped away, ducking under ragged edges of metal. Inside, the air felt stagnant, heavy with dust. I switched on a flashlight, aiming the beam across the cavernous interior. The floor was littered with debris, twisted rebar, split wooden pallets, soggy cardboard boxes. Overhead, broken fluorescent lights dangled from cables. My boots crunched through shattered glass. The only sounds were my own footsteps and the occasional drip of water from a corner where the roof had caved in. The dim light from high windows barely pierced the gloom, so I kept my flashlight raised, scanning for anything that looked like a cargo elevator. I moved deeper into the warehouse, careful not to trip on random junk. Huge metal racks stood crooked. Some collapsed entirely. My breath felt shallow, and each step made my nerves tighten. I finally spotted a section of the building that seemed partitioned off with cinder-block walls. A large door hung ajar at the entrance to that area. Above the door, faint letters indicated, "Freight elevator, authorized personnel only." I felt a spike of adrenaline. This had to be it. I stepped through the doorway, shining my flashlight into a narrow corridor. The walls were streaked with rust and old paint. Electrical conduits ran overhead, many of them snapped or yanked out of place. My boots echoed on the concrete floor. After about 30 feet, the corridor opened into a small loading zone. There, in the corner, stood a cargo elevator framed by a metal gate. The gate was half open, revealing a platform behind it. My heart drummed in my chest. I approached with caution, shining the light on the elevator's face. The control panel was mounted next to it, the buttons rusted or missing. A thick cable disappeared into the dark overhead shaft. I noticed a large arrangement of dried branches wired to the elevator's metal gate. At first, I thought it was random debris, but as I looked closer, I realized it was a makeshift holiday wreath. The leaves were brittle, and some old ribbons had faded to a dull color. One piece of tinsel glinted in my flashlight beam. My stomach twisted at the sight of this leftover Christmas decoration. It felt out of place in such a grim setting. I gently touched the wreath. Leaves crumbled at my fingertips. The wire holding it together was rusted. Someone had hung this to mark the elevator in a festive way, but no one had bothered to remove it. Or maybe they never got the chance. A shiver ran through me. I tried to imagine who would drag a holiday wreath into a dismantled warehouse and fix it to a cargo elevator. It made my pulse pound with unease. I peered through the open gate. The elevator platform was aligned with the ground floor, the guardrail missing on one side. The overhead lights in the shaft were all dead, leaving only my flashlight to show the interior. The corners were dark, and I couldn't tell how far up the shaft went. A musty smell wafted out, a mix of old grease and mildew. My heart thumped harder. Part of me wanted to step onto the platform, see if it could still move. But the cables looked corroded, and I doubted there was power in the building anymore. I crouched near the control panel, wiping away a layer of grime. The up and down buttons were jammed. A metal switch was stuck in the off position. A small keyhole suggested there might have been a security lock once, but it was missing. I pressed on the elevator gate. It wobbled, squeaking loudly. My flashlight revealed that the bolts holding it to the floor were partly sheared off. I quickly let go, not wanting it to collapse on me. Stepping back, I examined the floor around the elevator. Old footprints in dried mud indicated someone had been here long ago, but the tracks overlapped in confusion. I couldn't tell how many people or how recent. My mind raced with questions. Why the wreath? Did they store holiday supplies here at one time? Or was it some personal gesture from a worker who wanted to brighten a dull place? The silence pressed in. My breath grew ragged, and a faint echo of dripping water somewhere down the corridor made me jumpy. I took a moment to calm my nerves, inhaling slowly. The dust in the air caught in my throat, and I coughed. The sound echoed, startling me. My flashlight beam shook as I tried to steady my hand. I moved around to the other side of the elevator shaft, shining the light where the door might open on the next floors. Nothing but darkness. I spotted a ladder bolted to the wall, leading up alongside the shaft. It looked corroded, the rungs covered in flaking rust. I tested one rung with my hand. It felt wobbly, so I decided against climbing. The last thing I needed was to fall down a dark elevator shaft in an abandoned warehouse. I stood there, feeling the weight of the place. My heart pounded in my ears. I kept thinking about the wreath. My mind conjured an image of someone hooking it onto the metal gate, maybe humming a carol or trying to bring a little cheer to a dreary environment. Then they vanished, and the elevator never moved again. The wreath remained, a silent reminder that the entire building had once been alive with workers and cargo. Now, it was a tomb for forgotten machines and rotting decor. A sudden clatter echoed from a corner of the loading zone. I whipped my flashlight in that direction, my stomach lurching. A piece of sheet metal had shifted, maybe dislodged by the wind or by my footsteps shaking the floor. It banged against the wall, then fell silent. My pulse felt like a hammer in my chest. I let out a shaky breath. No one else was here, or so I told myself. Still, the fear lingered. I decided I had seen enough of the elevator. The tension in my muscles grew each second I remained near it. Before leaving, I gently nudged the wreath aside, checking if anything was tucked behind it. Just more rust and old wire. I let it hang there again, feeling a strange pang of sadness. That single decoration felt like the last sign of humanity in a place now stripped of purpose. I turned away from the elevator, shining my flashlight back down the corridor. Heading out, I noticed a row of broken lockers against one wall. I shone the light inside them quickly, seeing torn papers and a few hangers, no sign of recent activity. I kept moving, my footsteps echoing. Eventually, I reached the main warehouse floor again, relieved to see the broken loading bay doors that led out to daylight. Stepping outside, I squinted in the late afternoon sun. The wind felt colder against my sweat-dampened shirt. I inhaled fresh air, trying to clear the musty smell from my lungs. My car sat where I'd left it, the only vehicle around. I glanced back at the warehouse, the thought of that cargo elevator lodged in my mind. I pictured the wreath swaying on the gate, half disintegrated, waiting for a Christmas that never arrived. I climbed into my car and locked the doors out of instinct. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. I stared at the warehouse for a few moments, letting my heart rate settle. The building looked even more forlorn from the outside. Sheets of metal flapped in the breeze, and that repetitive clang reminded me how empty the place was. Finally, I started the engine and drove off, my tires crunching over broken asphalt and patchy weeds. I kept checking my rearview mirror as if expecting to see someone emerge, but nothing moved except scraps of debris swirling in the wind. On the drive home, my mind played over the scene again and again. The cargo elevator stuck at ground level, the control panel corroded, the battered wreath that told a quiet story about a final attempt at holiday spirit in a place doomed to be forgotten. I couldn't shake the unease. My shoulders remained tense for the entire journey. Even once I reached familiar roads, I felt the ghost of that warehouse clinging to me. I slept poorly that night, dreaming of a rattling elevator stuck between floors, its doors refusing to open. I saw flickering lights overhead and heard a distant echo of tinsel brushing against steel. Waking up in a cold sweat, I realized how deeply the experience had affected me. It wasn't just an empty building. It was a memory of people who used to work there, a leftover sign of holidays never celebrated again. I never reported what I found, and I didn't mention the wreath to anyone. Part of me feared nobody would believe me, or they'd dismiss it as a mere curiosity. Another part knew the warehouse was scheduled to be demolished eventually, the land cleared for something new. If that happens, the elevator and its lonely decoration will be buried too. Sometimes, I wonder if I should have taken the wreath down, given it some closure. But it felt wrong to remove it. It wasn't mine to claim. When I think back on that day, I recall the hush of the warehouse and the weight of time pressing on everything inside it. I see the cargo elevator gate, half open, and the dried wreath rustling in the dusty air. That image stays with me, a reminder that every place with a past holds a few scraps of stories, even if they're just forgotten decorations meant to welcome a holiday that never returned. Unrelenting dread seized me the first moment I set foot in that hallway. I was tired from work, and I just wanted to drop my bag, lock the door, and collapse on my bed. The house looked normal enough at first glance. The paint on the walls was neutral, and the furniture was minimal. I saw a small table, a few chairs, a lamp in the distance, and a corridor that led to the bedroom. Everything appeared ordinary, but as I walked down the corridor that first night, I felt a deep discomfort. There was no clear sign of danger. I did not hear voices or see any broken windows. Still, something made the back of my neck tense. I noticed a slight draft coming from the half-open windows, but that alone did not explain the heaviness in my chest. I told myself I was just worn out from a long day. I got to the bedroom, dropped onto my mattress, and stared at the open door. The dim light from the living area created shadows that stretched into the room. I felt my muscles twitch, and a strange unease made me sit upright in bed, listening for any sound. All I heard was my own breathing and a soft hum from the refrigerator downstairs. I wanted to close the door, but part of me felt that would make it worse. I lay back down. My body was stiff, but I forced my eyes shut. I dozed off. The night passed without incident, or at least I thought so at first. I woke up with clammy hands and a damp shirt. My throat felt tight. I had no memory of a nightmare, but I felt agitated. I got ready for work, gulped down some coffee, and left the house quickly. I kept telling myself I was just adjusting to a new place. I had lived alone for a while, but each new home has its own quirks. Perhaps I was just on edge from stress. Over the next few nights, the odd tension in the hallway intensified. Whenever I came home, I would look down that long stretch of corridor with its single light fixture. The bulb was a dull yellow, and the shadows around it seemed more pronounced than they should be. I listened for any unusual sounds. Sometimes I thought I heard a faint scrape along the floorboards, but it might have just been the wood settling. I reminded myself that older houses make random noises. One night, I decided to ignore everything and went straight to bed without turning on the corridor light. I wanted to see if maybe the darkness felt less intimidating. I soon realized that was a mistake. Once I was in bed, I noticed a white reflection on the wooden cabinet in the next room. It had a faint glow that shifted slightly, as if a distant light source was moving around. I swallowed hard, waiting for an explanation to pop into my mind. There was no lamp pointed at that cabinet. There was no streetlight shining directly on it. Yet the glow was there, weak but unmistakable. My pulse kicked up. I felt the sweat forming on my forehead. My hands were cold, and I struggled to keep my breathing under control. My gaze locked on that pale spot. It flickered a bit, then seemed to disappear. I told myself it must have been the reflection of a car's headlights passing outside, but I did not hear any car. I closed my eyes for a moment, tried to shake off my nervousness, and opened them again. The reflection was gone. I sat up in bed for at least half an hour, listening to my own heartbeat. I felt a chill in the air, but the windows were closed. That was the first night I realized there was something wrong in that house. A few days later, I came home late again. I walked through the hallway and felt the same unsettling energy in the air. I could not name it. My stomach tightened, and the hairs on my arms lifted. I reached my bedroom and kept the door open as I always did. I had grown used to staring at the corridor, checking if anything moved. It had become a habit to watch the darkness outside my room. At around midnight, I noticed the faint white glow again on the same cabinet. It looked brighter this time. I lay still. My chest felt heavy, and my skin tingled. I kept my gaze on that glow, as if I were expecting to see some shape form out of it. Then it disappeared for a moment. I started to breathe more freely, then froze when I saw a dark figure drift across the open doorway. It was shaped like a person, but it moved in stiff motions, almost mechanical. I heard a faint static-like sound, a small crackle as it crossed the threshold. My heart pounded so hard that I felt it in my ears. I was not sure if I was seeing a real person or something else. The figure stopped, turned slowly, and faced me. I saw no features. It was just a dark outline against the dim light behind it. I could not move. I felt my body break into a cold sweat. My mouth went dry and my hands trembled. For what felt like a full minute, we just stayed like that. I was in bed staring, and the silhouette was at the door, silent. Then it started to drift in my direction. I could not make sense of it. I did not hear footsteps. It just advanced, maybe half a step at a time, its shape still unclear. My heart hammered, and I felt dizzy. I knew I could not just sit there. My instincts told me to run. I jumped off the bed and bolted toward the stairs that led to the upper floor. My feet pounded against the wood. Each impact sounded louder than normal. I reached the top of the stairs, my lungs burning. I forced myself to turn around. The corridor was empty. The figure was gone. There was no sound of movement, no shadows. I was shaking so badly that my knees felt weak. I stood there, panting, trying to process what had just happened. I stayed upstairs the rest of the night. I sat on a small sofa in the loft area, too shaken to go back down. At some point, I dozed off. When I woke up the next morning, my back was stiff and my neck ached. The sun was coming through the skylight, giving the house an ordinary look. I went downstairs carefully, expecting to see something out of place. But everything looked normal. My bed was unmade, but that was it. I felt stupid for a moment, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. Still, my clothes were damp from sweat, and my heart rate kicked up again just remembering that silhouette. Over the next week, I tried to distract myself. I met friends after work, stayed out later than usual, and came home only to sleep. Still, every time I walked down that corridor, I felt the same heaviness in my chest. I could not forget what I had seen. I started double-checking the locks on the doors. I moved furniture around, hoping to change the flow of the space. But the feeling never went away. When the lights were on, it was bearable, but I still felt as though something was watching me. One evening, I had enough. I told myself it was a hallucination caused by stress and lack of proper sleep. I turned on every light in the house and walked around, talking out loud to prove that I was not afraid. I checked each corner, opened every closet, and looked under the bed. I found nothing, but that night, as soon as I turned off the lights, I saw the faint white glow on the cabinet again. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was not there. Then I noticed a black shape crossing the hall once more. I sat on the bed, fists clenched, my back pressed to the wall. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt locked. The silhouette stopped again, turned to face me, and stayed still. My body shivered. I did not know if it could hurt me or not. It just stared, though I could see no eyes. The tension in my muscles felt like steel cords. I was sure I could hear my own pulse thudding in the quiet room. After a few seconds, it backed away, drifting into the living room. I did not chase it. I just stayed on the bed, breathing hard, my shirt soaked in sweat, my legs numb. When I gathered the courage to get up and look around, it was gone. But from that point on, I felt as if it was always there, lurking. During the day, I would sometimes see something in my peripheral vision, a shadow at the edge of the couch or near the kitchen door. But whenever I turned my head, there was nothing. The sense of being watched never left me. I checked windows, locked everything, and even considered moving out. But I felt foolish. What would I say to people? That my house had a shadow figure lurking around? I convinced myself to stay, reasoning that it had never attacked me. I spent more nights sleeping in the upstairs loft. I avoided going to the bedroom unless I absolutely had to. When I walked through that corridor, I forced myself not to look around too much. I tried to keep my mind blank. Sometimes I heard small clicks or soft scrapes. Sometimes I felt a chill, even though the heating was on. One night, I was so exhausted that I collapsed into my bed, ignoring the fear. I kept the door open and forced myself to close my eyes. I slept fitfully. When I woke up, I saw a faint movement in the living room. I saw the shape gliding near the lamp, then fading away. My hands felt clammy again. I stared at the ceiling, telling myself to breathe. As the days passed, I grew accustomed to the sense of dread, though it never went away. I tried to maintain a normal routine, work, groceries, laundry. But whenever I heard a small noise, my nerves spiked. I started to drink more coffee just to stay alert. I jumped at the slightest creak of floorboards. I kept telling myself there was no physical harm happening. It never slammed doors or threw objects. It just existed in the corners of my vision, shifting in the hallway or near the cabinet. The reflection of that white glow always preceded its appearance. I never discovered what caused that light. I considered installing cameras, but I felt too uneasy about seeing footage of a shadow I could not explain. Part of me wanted confirmation, while another part wanted to pretend it was all in my head. I told one coworker about my experiences in a vague way, and he suggested I see a doctor or maybe talk to a counselor. He didn't understand. I realized I could not share these details with people who might dismiss it as imagination. One Saturday afternoon I stayed in, determined to catch up on sleep and face my fear in daylight. The house felt calm. I made some food, watched TV, and nothing strange happened. I felt silly for letting this shape terrify me. But that night, as soon as darkness fell, the tension returned. My chest felt tight, and I kept checking the corridor. Around midnight, I saw the glow appear again, just a small flicker on the cabinet's surface. Then I saw the shape in the hallway, stiff and slow. It passed by the open doorway, paused, and faced me. I didn't scream. I just stared. It didn't come any closer. Then it slid away, and I heard that static-like sound fade into silence. After that, the rest of the night was quiet, but I barely slept. In the morning, I realized I could not keep living like that. I needed a break from that house. I packed a small bag and stayed with a friend for 2 nights. I felt relief being out of that environment. When I finally returned, the sense of dread was still there, but I found a sort of numb acceptance. This entity, or whatever it was, had chosen not to harm me physically. It only appeared sometimes, moved in slow motions, and made my nights miserable. I decided to endure it until I could afford to move out. For the remaining time in that house, I avoided the hallway whenever possible. I spent more time outside, arrived home only when necessary, and stayed upstairs to sleep. I still caught occasional glimpses of that shape, and the white glow continued to appear on the cabinet. But the episodes didn't escalate. I stayed alert, but no new horrors appeared. Eventually, I left that house and didn't look back. Looking back now, I remember the pressure in my chest every time I felt it nearby. I remember my skin tingling, my mouth going dry, and my hands shaking. I remember the sleepless nights and the constant urge to keep the lights on. I have no explanation for what I saw. It wasn't a hallucination or a dream. It stood there, faced me, and drifted away when I ran. The only proof I have is my own memory and the lingering sense of fear that sometimes returns when I find myself alone in a silent corridor. But that's what happened in that house, and I will never forget it. Unsettling tension hit me the moment I walked into that large, old residence abroad. I remember setting my suitcase down in the main hallway and feeling a slight chill on my arms, though the temperature seemed normal. The house had tall ceilings, thick walls, and heavy furniture that seemed older than my grandparents' belongings. I was supposed to stay there for a few weeks, maybe a couple of months. I had expected a calm environment, a quiet place to focus on my daily tasks. But within days, I noticed a kind of weight in the air whenever the sun began to go down. On the first day, I explored the interior. There was a wide living room with an old velvet sofa. The sofa was a dark color, and it stood against one wall facing a television that looked newer than the rest of the furnishings. A simple wooden table was pushed off to the side, with chairs that creaked when I moved them. I ran my hand along the arm of the sofa and felt the worn fabric. I didn't mind older furniture, and I actually liked the rustic atmosphere. Everything seemed normal at first. During daylight, the place felt quiet and still. But at dusk, something changed. The shadows in the living room stretched across the shiny floor in a way I found strange. I saw the outlines of chair legs and table corners become elongated shapes on the surface. My eyes kept drifting to those corners, expecting something to move. One evening, I sat on the sofa, watching a comedy program on the television. I tried to relax. My day had been long, and I just wanted some distraction. Suddenly, I heard a muffled thud behind the sofa, like something small hitting the floor. I thought maybe I had dropped the remote, but I saw it was still next to me. I leaned over the sofa's back to look, but the area behind it was dimly lit, so I shifted my body to see better. That's when I saw something I still can't explain. I caught a glimpse of a small figure near the floor, almost crawling or sliding, wearing a pale garment. It moved so quickly that I barely had time to focus on it. My heart lurched, and I jerked back, losing my grip on the sofa. By the time I looked again, it was gone. There was no sound, no other trace of movement. I stared at the empty spot behind the sofa, waiting for something else to appear. My hands felt sweaty against the upholstery, and a chill traveled up my spine. I got up, turned on more lights, and checked around the living room. There was nothing behind the sofa except a slightly dusty baseboard and one stray magazine. The figure I saw had vanished. My mind started racing. I wondered if it had been some shadow, or maybe a reflection from the television screen, or just my eyes playing tricks on me. But my pulse wouldn't slow down. I remember wiping my hands on my pants to get rid of the sweat, then taking a few deep breaths to steady myself. I decided to mention this to the other people living in the house. They were acquaintances who had been in that residence for some time. When I brought it up the next morning, they exchanged glances that made me uncomfortable. They didn't laugh or accuse me of imagining things. Instead, they looked at one another, then gave me a few tense smiles. One of them said, "Things happen here sometimes," but refused to explain further. Another just nodded. They made no direct comment about small figures or odd sightings. Their reaction told me they knew something, but they didn't want to discuss it openly. After that conversation, I felt uneasy. I was in a foreign country, in a house filled with antiques and corners I hadn't fully explored. The windows were tall, and the floors creaked in a low, hollow way whenever I walked across them. In the evenings, the electrical lighting felt too dim, even when I turned on every lamp I could find. The shadows remained in the corners, and the entire space held a mood I couldn't shake off. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched or followed grew stronger each day. I noticed the tension building each afternoon, right when the sun started to set and the light outside turned faint. The final rays of daylight hit the polished floors, creating faint reflections. Whenever I passed by the living room window, I glanced outside and saw nothing unusual, just the house's yard and a path leading to a small gate. But inside, the atmosphere felt thick. I kept checking behind doors and under tables. Sometimes I thought I heard soft footsteps, but the sounds were too faint to locate. I never saw anything definite, just quick flickers at the edge of my vision. One night, as I walked down the corridor that led from the living room to my bedroom, I felt a strong tingling at the back of my neck. The sensation was immediate and physical, like pins against my skin. I stopped and listened. The corridor was silent. I took 2 more steps, and the old floorboards made a sudden crack under my weight, but that wasn't unusual. I heard a soft rustling noise, but it stopped before I could figure out the direction. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting to hear it again. My heart was beating faster. A light breeze moved the edge of a curtain in the living room. I checked the windows. They were closed. No wind was getting in, yet the curtain brushed against the wall. I felt an urge to call out, to see if someone was there, but I didn't speak. I just gritted my teeth and hurried to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. That night, I hardly slept. I tossed and turned, hearing every creak and distant tap. The next morning I woke up tired, my neck stiff. The others in the house noticed I looked pale. One of them asked if I was having trouble sleeping. I nodded, hoping they might share more information, but they only gave me those same guarded looks. They acted as if they knew something was in the house, but they were unwilling to bring it into the open. Over the next few weeks, I tried to adjust. The house had become a place of constant low-level stress. Nothing overtly hostile happened, no loud bangs or slamming doors, but the sense of something hidden and active never left. At times, I saw the curtains shift when there was no reason for them to move. The floors creaked once or twice in the dead of night, without anyone walking around. Once the kitchen door was half open at dawn, though I remembered closing it the night before. Another time, I found a chair moved away from the table by about a foot. None of these events were dramatic, but each one added to my growing unease. In the evenings I tried to keep busy, hoping to avoid thinking about unexplained things. I organized my belongings, read books, or listened to music at a moderate volume. Yet I felt a constant need to look over my shoulder. I sometimes caught a glimpse of a shape or movement near the living room entrance, but as soon as I turned my head, it disappeared. My heart would thump and my stomach would tighten. Then I'd stand there scanning the area. I never found anyone or anything that could explain the movement. My body remained tense, my fingers curled slightly, ready to react. When the nights deepened, I tried to delay sleep. I told myself I was just not tired yet, but I knew the real reason. Lying in bed in that house made me feel exposed. I started leaving the bedside lamp on, even though I normally prefer sleeping in total darkness. But the lamp's warm glow felt insufficient against the deep shadows of the tall ceiling. At times I heard a faint creak in the hallway, and my eyes darted toward the door. My pulse would spike. Then I'd think about stepping out to check, but I stayed where I was, heart pounding. Eventually, I would drift off to sleep. The dreams I had were strange and chaotic. I saw corners of the house in my mind, and dark outlines of figures flitted around. These dreams were disjointed, not fully formed nightmares, but they left me rattled. I woke up with a knot in my chest, relieved that it was morning. In daylight, the house felt a bit friendlier. I could open the windows and let in fresh air, even though the place kept a mild chill inside. I never felt truly relaxed, but at least the tension wasn't as strong as at night. I approached one of my housemates again, hoping to get more clarity. I mentioned the incident behind the sofa and the small figure I thought I saw. She pursed her lips and shrugged. I noticed her eyes flick to the side for a moment. Then she said, "We've all had experiences here, but no one has been hurt. It's best not to dwell on it too much." She avoided more details and changed the subject. I got the message. Nobody wanted to dig into it. I was on my own. Days turned into weeks. Sometimes I thought about leaving early and finding a hotel, but I had already paid my share, and I told myself that I could handle a bit of unease for the remaining time. The house didn't fight back in any direct sense. It just created tension with these small clues. Every evening, I felt that heaviness come back. Every evening, I remembered how I had seen that quick, agile shape near the floor. One late night, I dozed off on the sofa while watching a documentary. I woke up to a quiet click behind me, like a small tap against the wooden floor. I froze, barely breathing. I felt my muscles seize up. I was afraid to turn my head because the memory of that small figure was fresh in my mind. After a few seconds, I forced myself to look. The living room lights were on, but the corners were dim. I couldn't see anything unusual. I got up slowly and checked behind the sofa with the lamp from my phone. Nothing there but a small piece of lint on the floor. My chest heaved as I let out a shaky breath. On another occasion, I was sure I saw something move along the baseboard at the far side of the living room. It was too quick to identify. I sprang to my feet, but I found only a thick layer of dust. Once again, I felt outmatched by something that wanted to hide from view. In the final stretch of my stay, I tried to remain calm. I was counting down the days, focusing on the tasks that had brought me abroad. Each night, I locked my bedroom door and set my phone's flashlight on the nightstand. I slept with the lamp on, drifting in and out of shallow dreams. Sometimes I heard the old windows groan, even though there was no obvious wind outside. Other times, I noticed the faintest shuffle in the hallway. My skin prickled, and my thoughts raced to that image of a pale figure ducking out of sight. I never saw it in full light again. I caught only the edges of movement, the tail end of something that vanished when I tried to focus. I sensed a pattern. It seemed to stay near the furniture or close to the floor. It didn't want to show itself clearly. That made my nerves worse because I never knew when I might surprise it or corner it by accident. I pictured myself bending down to reach for a dropped pen and suddenly seeing it again, inches from my face. The thought made my stomach twist, and I tried not to dwell on it. On my final day in the house, I packed my things in the morning. The corridors were silent. The living room was well lit by sunlight. I said goodbye to my housemates and thanked them for their hospitality. They gave me polite smiles. They seemed relieved. I got the sense they were used to people leaving with the same uneasy expression I had. As I walked out the front door, I paused to glance one last time at the living room. It appeared normal. Sofa, television, table, chairs, all in place. But I remembered every uneasy moment and every night when I felt that heavy presence. I shut the door behind me, feeling my pulse steady for the first time in days. I never found out what that house contained. No one gave me a direct explanation, and I stopped asking. I only know that I saw a small, nimble figure hiding behind that old velvet sofa. I heard subtle noises in the night and noticed objects slightly out of place in the morning. I felt the cold sweat on my hands every time I walked through a dim corridor. I still remember how tense my shoulders got and how my heart raced whenever I entered a darkened room. It was not a place of violent events or loud disturbances, but it had a quiet, unnerving quality I could not ignore. I left with the sense that something watched me in that residence, creeping through hallways, waiting near the edges of my sight, and that is all I can say about my time there. Ending restlessness began the first week I woke up at around 3 in the morning without any clear reason. It happened every night, at almost the exact same time. I would open my eyes, look at the clock, and see that it was a little past 3. My heart would be beating faster than normal, and my mouth felt dry. There was no sound in the apartment. Nothing seemed to have fallen or broken, yet I sensed something in the room with me, an uncomfortable heaviness in the air. My body felt stiff, as if I were waiting for some unexpected movement. I had moved into this modest apartment only a few months earlier. It was in a quiet neighborhood, with mostly older residents who kept to themselves. The building had 3 floors, and I lived on the second. The place was small, a living room, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a bedroom. The walls were a bland white, and the furniture I owned was minimal. I did not decorate much beyond a few framed photos and a functional bookshelf. Nothing about it felt ominous at first. The neighbors were friendly enough, and the area was calm. But after I started waking up at that same hour, I felt a change in the atmosphere. Each night I would wake up, glance at my phone, and see the time. 3:08, 3:12, 3:20. It was never exactly the same minute, but it always happened around that half hour after 3. My body felt a pang of anxiety as soon as I opened my eyes. My arms would tense. Sometimes I would clutch the blankets and listen hard, but I never heard footsteps in the hallway or any loud noise. The silence felt more oppressive than any loud bang could have been. I tried telling myself it was just stress, or maybe I was dehydrated. But no matter how much water I drank before bed, I would still wake up at that hour with the same racing pulse and sticky sweat on my forehead. After about a week of this, I started paying attention to small details around the apartment. I noticed the bedroom door would sometimes be open a crack in the morning, despite me closing it before going to sleep. My initial thought was that maybe I had not latched it properly. Another time, I found one of my sneakers placed a foot away from where I remembered leaving it. It was not much, but it made me wonder if I was walking around half asleep at night without recalling it. I considered setting up a simple camera or using a sleep app on my phone to see if I was getting up in the middle of the night. I never took that step because a part of me was afraid of seeing something I couldn't explain. By the second week, the nightly awakenings continued. They started taking a toll on my nerves. I began to dread going to bed. Around midnight, I would lie down and stare at the ceiling, waiting for that early morning hour to come. Sometimes I would drift off, only to jerk awake suddenly, feeling that same tightness in my chest. I would check the phone's time and see it was a few minutes after 3. My apartment looked normal in the faint glow of a street lamp outside. But my stomach felt uneasy, and my hands were slightly shaking. I would strain my ears, listening for any sign of movement. I never heard anything distinct, maybe a tiny creak in the living room or a faint tapping from the pipes. It was all so subtle that I could have imagined it. During the day, I tried to keep my mind off these events. I had a job that required my focus. I pushed myself to go to the grocery store, do laundry, and keep to a regular schedule. But I felt a creeping sense of exhaustion. My coworkers said I looked tired. I avoided giving details, just mentioning insomnia. They suggested warm milk, sleep aids, or herbal teas. I tried some of those suggestions. Nothing worked. I still woke at the same time each night, even if I went to bed late or early. One night, I decided to leave a lamp on in the living room, hoping some light might prevent whatever was disturbing me. I also left the door slightly open, thinking maybe I could catch a glimpse of the hallway if something triggered my wake-up. When I did open my eyes at around 3, I saw a dim glow filtering into my bedroom. My heart thumped. I held my breath and listened. The air in the apartment felt cool. I got up slowly, feeling my legs tense. I walked to the doorway and peered into the living room. The lamp was on, casting weak light across the couch and the small coffee table. Nothing appeared out of place. The blinds were shut. I did not see any movement. I rubbed my eyes, trying to fully wake up. My mouth was dry. My heart rate was high. After a minute, I crept back to bed, leaving the lamp on. I still couldn't shake that feeling that someone stood just out of my line of sight. But I never saw a single person. In the following days, I started noticing more small changes around the apartment. A kitchen chair would be slightly pulled out from the table. A glass I left by the sink ended up on a different part of the counter. My rational side told me I must have moved it without realizing it. But that explanation felt weak, especially when I remembered how purposeful I was about placing items. The frequency of these odd occurrences matched the frequency of my nightly awakenings. I found it impossible to ignore. I even tried marking the positions of my shoes before bedtime, just to see if they shifted by morning. They never moved dramatically, but once or twice I swore they were angled differently. My stress levels rose. I started feeling anxious as soon as the sun went down. The quiet neighborhood that I once found peaceful now made me uneasy. I kept my curtains drawn at all times because I disliked the dark windows at night. I constantly checked the locks, double-checking that the main door was secure. I thought about calling the landlord or a neighbor, but I had no solid proof of anything. I was also afraid that if I brought it up, people would think I was paranoid or struggling with some sleep disorder. Eventually, I tried another tactic. One evening, I sat on my couch until around midnight, listening to music on low volume and keeping the living room lamp lit. I made up my mind to stay awake past 3 to see if I could catch some sign of movement when that hour rolled around. My eyes felt heavy around 2:30 a.m., but I fought the urge to doze off. I kept glancing at my phone to check the time. At around 3:05, I felt a sudden wave of tiredness that made my head nod. I almost dropped my phone. I jerked upright. My spine tingled, and I realized the apartment was silent, too silent. I clicked my phone to see 3:10. A slight draft passed over my arms, but I could not tell where it came from. My windows were shut, my door locked. I looked toward the hallway that led to my bedroom. Nothing moved. The lamp flickered for a split second, but maybe that was just the bulb. My heart was racing, and my eyes watered from strain. By 3:30, nothing had happened beyond that flicker, so I gave up and went to bed. At least that night, I did not wake up again. Despite that small reprieve, the pattern returned the next night. I jolted awake a little after 3, heart pounding, chest tight. I noticed the door to my bedroom was cracked open, though I could have sworn I closed it earlier. I lay there, breathing shallowly, listening for any change in the living room. My mind began to conjure images of a figure standing in the darkness, watching me. My arms felt cold. My throat tightened. I tried to calm down. No footsteps, no creaks. The silence was unbroken. Eventually, I fell back asleep from sheer exhaustion. As time went on, I found myself accepting this strange reality. Nothing escalated. I was not physically harmed. I did not see or hear a clear intruder. But the feeling of being observed at night persisted. Waking up at the same time each morning felt like an alarm set by something beyond my understanding. My body had adjusted to the pattern, so I no longer felt the same jolt of fear. Instead, I felt a dull sense of dread, like a background hum in my mind. When I opened my eyes to see 3:11 or 3:17 on the phone, I would sigh, roll over, and stare into the darkness. After a few minutes of tense waiting, I would try to go back to sleep. It still bothered me, though. I started researching possible explanations, paranormal stories, sleep paralysis, nightmares. I never experienced the classic symptoms of sleep paralysis, like complete immobility or hallucinations of a figure pressing on my chest. I did not have a history of nightmares that might wake me up at the same time. And yet, each night, my body responded as if alerted by an outside force. I found no rational explanation, so I tried to carry on. A few months later, the situation had not changed significantly. I was used to these 3 a.m. awakenings. The apartment still felt off, and I still had that occasional surprise of an item out of place. But nothing dramatic happened. Sometimes I would sense a rush of air behind me when I was in the kitchen, but I always told myself it was a draft from some gap in the window frame. I continued to mark certain items with small pieces of tape on the floor to check if they moved. Most nights, they stayed in place. Only once or twice did I see a shift that was hard to explain. I had no witnesses, and I was too drained to keep fighting a battle with something I couldn't define. Eventually, I began to accept that I might never understand what was happening. The anxiety lessened, replaced by a resignation that this was part of living in that apartment. I still woke at 3. I still felt uneasy, but I managed to function during the day. I tried to focus on the fact that there had been no direct confrontation. Nothing had tried to hurt me. I took that as my reason to keep going. I even managed a slight sense of normalcy, going about my daily routines, meeting friends, and returning home with only a mild heaviness in my chest. One morning, after a rough night, I woke up and noticed the kitchen chair had been dragged halfway across the room. That detail startled me because it was far more obvious than a shoe angled differently or a door cracked open. I had no memory of walking in my sleep or pushing the chair. My arms felt weak as I dragged it back to the table. My head pounded. I felt like I was living in an ongoing state of tension. That day, I nearly phoned the landlord to ask if anything strange had happened before I moved in. But I put the phone down, unsure of what to say. I ended up moving out not long afterward. My job situation changed, and I found a different place to stay. I do not recall any final dramatic events in that apartment. I just remember the weight of dread that hovered around me each night, the stiff feeling in my arms every time I woke up, and the unsettling discoveries of objects moved without explanation. After I left, I slept better for a while, though I would occasionally wake up around 3 and feel my heart racing, as if conditioned by the months in that old apartment. I don't have any proof of what happened there. All I know is the sequence of sleepless nights, the silent tension, and the small signs that suggested I was not alone. I still find myself wondering if it was my own mind or some presence lurking in the shadows, nudging me awake at that specific time. Either way, that strange pattern remains one of the most unnerving stretches of my life. Unsteady nerves took hold of me the moment I decided to try a method for communicating with what might be invisible. I had read about it online. People claimed they had reached out to unseen presences, usually through some makeshift board or a simple set of items arranged in a circle. It didn't seem dangerous in theory, and I wasn't aiming for anything dark or menacing. I was just curious. I wanted a hint that something existed beyond the ordinary world I saw around me. Maybe I was bored. Maybe I was seeking a thrill. I set everything up in my living room one Friday night, thinking it would be a harmless experiment. I followed basic instructions: dim the lights, focus my mind, ask questions, and wait for a response. At first I felt silly. I stared at the small object on the table, half expecting it to slide around. It didn't move. The room was quiet, except for the faint hum of my refrigerator in the kitchen. I asked a few standard questions like, "Is anyone here?" and "Can you show me a sign?" I heard nothing. I might have stayed like that for an hour. Then a wave of discomfort hit me. The air felt thick, as though someone had exhaled right next to my face. My arms tingled, and goosebumps spread across my skin. No sound broke the silence, but I felt I was no longer alone. A jolt of adrenaline made my breathing shallow. I decided that was enough. I put everything away, turned on every light in the living room, and tried to brush off my unease by watching some late-night TV. My heart was still pounding, and my thoughts felt scattered. I told myself it was just nerves, that I had spooked myself by expecting something eerie to happen. Eventually, I shut off the lights and went to bed, telling myself I would forget all about it by morning. Over the next few days, small details around my home started to catch my attention. Nothing dramatic occurred, but I noticed that some items appeared to be in slightly different positions. My keys, usually on a small bowl near the door, turned up on the opposite side of the same bowl. A coffee mug I thought I had placed on the sink appeared a few inches away from where I remembered leaving it. These shifts were minor enough that I could have blamed them on my own forgetfulness, but I felt a faint tension whenever I noticed them. A part of me suspected it was connected to the experiment I had done. I tried to carry on as usual. I went to work, prepared meals, and watched my regular shows in the evening. Yet the air in my house felt heavier than before. I sat on the couch one evening, reading a magazine, and I felt a light brush on my arm. I looked around. Nothing was there, no insect or draft from a window. Still, the hairs on my arm were raised. I exhaled, turned back to my reading, and tried to ignore the tingling sensation. In the back of my mind, I wondered if something was with me, inspecting every move I made. A few nights later, while watching television, I heard a faint clicking sound near my kitchen. It was like a small piece of metal tapping the countertop. I paused the show and listened carefully. The sound stopped as soon as I got off the couch. I walked into the kitchen, turned on the overhead light, and checked the sink, the stove, and the counters. Nothing was moving. It was perfectly quiet. My heart was racing. I turned off the light and returned to the living room, but my sense of calm was gone. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting the sound to start up again. As the days passed, the feeling of not being alone became stronger. Sometimes I felt a slight shift in the air when I entered a room, as if someone had just stepped out. I started noticing subtle creaks in the floorboards at odd hours, especially late at night. I lived alone, so the only sounds should have been my own. Yet I would hear a soft pop or crack of wood when I was lying in bed, reading before sleep. I tried telling myself it was the house settling or temperature changes, but it was hard to dismiss the timing of these noises. One morning, I woke up and went about my normal routine. I got dressed, walked into the living room, and immediately noticed a slight change in how the couch pillows were arranged. One pillow faced the wrong direction. I usually kept them aligned. I stared at it, feeling tension build in my shoulders. Then I looked at the small table near the TV. A coaster that I always kept stacked under another coaster was now on top. My stomach sank. There was no reason for me to rearrange those coasters. My mind raced. Had I done it half asleep? Did I get up in the night and move things around? I had no memory of that. My heartbeat thudded in my chest as I left for work, trying to put the incident behind me. At work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about how I might have attracted something with my experiment. I didn't want to believe in such things, but I found it harder to ignore the oddities at home. That evening, I decided to say out loud that I was sorry for meddling. I stood in the middle of my living room and spoke in a calm but firm tone. I apologized if I had invited anything into my space and asked it to leave. I felt a little ridiculous speaking to an empty room. Afterward, I sat on the couch and waited, listening. I heard only my own breathing, which was unsteady. Nothing else happened that night, but the tension in the air remained. Over the next week, the disturbances continued in subtle ways. Sometimes a light would flicker for a second. A lamp in my bedroom would blink once or twice, not enough to indicate a faulty bulb, but enough to make my nerves spike. One time, I woke up to use the bathroom at around 2 a.m, and I thought I heard a low hum in the hallway. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, then fell silent as I flipped the bathroom light on. My stomach twisted, and I felt a flutter of panic that kept me awake for the rest of the night. The presence in my home never confronted me in any clear, aggressive way. It just lingered. I kept sensing it behind me or near the corner of my eyes. Once or twice I felt an odd chill near my closet. I opened the closet door, expecting a draft, but found no reason for the cold spot. My heartbeat pounded, and my body tensed as I reached inside, touching the clothes. Everything felt normal. I shut the door and tried to shake off the fear. During this time, I found myself thinking about that initial experiment a lot. I regretted my curiosity. I remembered how I had asked random questions to the empty air. Maybe I had created some sort of connection I didn't understand. I didn't see any dark shapes or floating objects, but I couldn't deny that my home felt different since that night. I considered asking a friend to stay over, but I felt embarrassed. I didn't want to explain the situation. I doubted anyone would believe me unless they experienced the strange atmosphere firsthand. Eventually, the tension started wearing me down. I found it hard to relax. Even simple activities like washing dishes made me jumpy if I heard the slightest noise behind me. My shoulders and neck felt constantly tight. One evening, while I was drying a plate, the lights in the kitchen dimmed slightly for a split second. I almost dropped the plate. My pulse raced and my breathing went shallow. I forced myself to put the dish down gently, then looked at the light fixture. The bulb was new. I had changed it a couple of weeks earlier. I reached for the switch, flipped it off and on. The light stayed steady. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my nerves, convinced something was watching me. I told myself I needed to end this. I looked up ways people cleansed their homes. I read about everything from burning certain herbs to reciting certain phrases. Nothing felt comfortable or practical to me. I didn't want to repeat another ritual that could make things worse. Instead, I tried a different approach, ignoring it. I decided not to give any more attention to the unexplained. If something moved an item, I put it back without dwelling on it. If I heard a tap or creak, I refused to investigate. I figured if I starved it of my fear, maybe it would fade away. It wasn't an immediate fix, but over time, the small disturbances seemed to decrease. Days went by without flickering lights or out-of-place objects. I started feeling less anxious after sunset. I still had a sense that the house felt a bit heavier than before my experiment, but it was more manageable. I focused on routine tasks, laundry, vacuuming, cooking meals, and going to bed at a reasonable hour. I noticed that I slept better when I didn't let every small sound get to me. One evening, as I settled on the couch, I felt a wave of calm. The living room lamps were on, and I looked around, realizing I hadn't noticed anything odd for at least a week. No shifted pillows, no unexpected humming, no tapping in the kitchen. My shoulders relaxed. My mind felt clearer. I still remembered the tension of those previous weeks, but it no longer gripped me every moment I was in my home. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief, content to think maybe I had moved past whatever I had started. I never received a sign that something officially left or that my apology was accepted. No single event told me it was over. The atmosphere simply returned to normal, or at least close to it. I kept a close eye on my belongings, but they stayed where I left them. The lights remained steady. Some nights I still caught myself listening for unexpected sounds, but nothing came. Eventually, I stopped bracing for the worst. Life felt routine again. In the end, I was left with an uneasy memory. The experience taught me that inviting the unknown, even out of pure curiosity, can lead to unpleasant consequences. I couldn't prove a presence had truly entered my home, but I know how the air changed. I know how my body reacted with chills and tense muscles, and how objects moved without explanation. While I can't label it with a definitive name, the lingering effect was real. I grew more cautious with what I dabble in now. I learned that not every boundary is meant to be pushed, especially when it comes to the invisible. And although my home is calm again, I still feel a twinge of unease whenever I think back to that night. I first opened a door I didn't fully understand.